doing fine. Let's just wait for others for a few minutes and we will begin the program. We would like to acknowledge the presence, of course, of our Dean of College of Business and Accountancy, Dr. Anne-Marie Bagajon, Chairperson of Accountancy Department, Dr. Joel H. Gogola, and Chairperson of Allied Accounting Courses Department, Mr. Jaser Avila, Moderator of JPA ADNU, Ms. Jodeline M. Salcedo-Olandes, and our dear faculty members and staff. Good afternoon, sirs and madam. Thank you for being with us this afternoon despite your hectic schedule. Also, we would like to acknowledge the presence of our resource speaker, Dr. Randy Bacares. Good afternoon po, sir. We will start our program in a while. Once again, good afternoon, legendary people of JPA. It is my pleasure to welcome you to our mini alternative classroom program or mini ACP with the topic Standout Leadership in 21st century as part of our first virtual accountancy and allied accounting courses celebration, or AAC with the theme Braving the Waves in the New Normal. I am Cesar Furio, a third-year BS accountancy student, and I will be your host this event. Before we get started, I'd like to go over our house rules so that proper etiquette shall be observed. And so first, to minimize distraction, please remain muted for the entire program proper to avoid distracting your fellow participants. Second, although not required, we encourage you to open your cameras for the duration of the program. Samahan niyo naman ako. Paki-open na ninyong camera. However, we understand if you are unable to do so due to an unstable internet connection perhaps. So you are also requested to be in the Zoom room until the end of the activity because e-certificates will be given to those who will finish the entire session and accomplish the evaluation form. We will provide the link for the evaluation form at the end of this session. Also, make sure to put your Zoom names according to the format given. May nilagay po sa ating chat box na format for syempre attendance checking. Your Zoom name should include your school ID number, and then next is your last name followed by your first name. Also, we encourage you to actively participate in our open forum that will be done later. And of course, let's enjoy the program as we learn and gain new insights today. So everyone, send some emojis or click any of the reaction buttons in our Zoom chat if our house rules are clear to you. Yan, pakilagay-lagay naman mga emojis dyan. Ano bang nararamdaman mo ngayong araw? O kaya lagay ka ng puso kasi mag-Valentine's na, lalo na kung may ka-date ka sa Valentine's Day. Yan, meron na. Yan, kita natin, very excited na nga ating JPA people. Alright? We can see that everyone is really looking forward to a productive and informative program this afternoon. So worry no more because we got you covered. So to formally start our event, may we now invite each one of us to settle muna tayo, and acknowledge the presence of our Lord for the opening prayer, which is to be followed by the singing of the Philippine National Anthem. We pray in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
Dearest Lord, teach me to be generous. Teach me to serve you as I should. To give and not to count the cost. To fight and not to heed the wounds. To toil and not to seek for rest. To labor and ask not for reward, save that of knowing that I do your most holy will. Dearest Lord, teach me to be generous. Teach me to serve you as I should. To give and not to count the cost. To fight and not to heed the wounds. To toil and not to seek for rest. To labor and ask not for reward, save that of knowing that I do
In the name of the Father, and the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang mag-ibig, helas ang sinakalan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyan ka ng mag-ibig, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisigil, sa dagatang tutok sa simoy at sa langit mong bangaw, ay hinatang tulang awit sa pagkayang minamahal. Ang isang ng matawad mo'y tagumpay na nagkilimig, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidinig. Lumalang araw ng walang pagsinta, mo'y langit sa piling mo. Ang higaya ng pagkay mga amin, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Yeah, I know that we are all set and excited to begin and meet our resource speaker for this afternoon. But before that, allow me now to share with you the schedule of today's mini ACP. There will be two parts. The first is the talk of our resource speaker, to be followed, of course, of the second part, a short forum. If everything is clear, kindly type in our chat box the word MAGIS, M-A-G-I-S, MAGIS, so that we can see if you are all ready to unleash the magis within. Yan, mukhang ready na nga tayo. Yan. So allow me to introduce to you our dear speaker. He is currently a Master Teacher 1 at Camarines Sur National High School and a part-time faculty member at the Universidad de Santa Isabel Graduate School in Naga City, Bicol, Philippines. He received his PhD in Educational Foundation and Master of Arts in Education in History at Bicol University. He studied Bachelor in Secondary Education in Mathematics at the University of Nueva Cáceres and studied Bachelor of Arts in History at Naga College Foundation. He was the former Assistant Principal of the University of Nueva Cáceres High School Department. He also served as Paraling Panlipunan District Coordinator for Secondary and was later designated as Officer in Charge of the Office of Education Program, Supervisor, Values Education of DepEd Naga City Division. His craftsmanship in school, like innovation student policies, creation of association of advisors and coordinators, and project school clubs community extension services work even until now. He was one of the awardees during the Naga City Mayoralty Award of 2018 and DepEd Gawad Si Club Search for Outstanding SSG Makabayan category national winner of 2017. He is also one of the in-demand speakers in and outside Naga City focusing on leadership, history, and 21st century teaching strategies that promote 21st century learning. A regional trainer and speaker for seminars of teachers in the region, division, and school levels. His innovations and accomplishment as a distinguished educator earned him the Outstanding Teacher Award in the division, regional, national, and international levels. He was also selected as a Learning Resource Evaluator during the 2020 Evaluation Workshop and served as a module writer during the 2020 Online National Workshop for Senior High School of Department of Education. He is also an author of the two books entitled Dr. Jaime Hernandez, A Biographical Sketch, and The Life and Legacy of Honorable Raul S. Rocco, Bicol's Distinguished Son, His Contributions to Philippine History. Indeed, it is a great honor and privilege to have him with us this afternoon. Let us all welcome Dr. Randy P. Bacares by giving him an ecstatic round of applause today. And good afternoon, Dr. Randy.
Okay, thank you so much, Cesar, for you, for that very kind introduction. Magandang hapon po sa lahat. Malinaw ako, Cesar?
Yes, sir.
Malinaw.
Very
Okay.
clear po.
So, may I, first and foremost, may I express po my sincere thanks and gratitude to GPA Ateneo Dinagat chapter for this opportunity to be one of your resource speakers. I would like to give, special mention is also given to the faculty member of accounting and allied accounting staff, and of course, Dean Anne-Marie Bagajon, the chairpersons of accountancy, Dr. Joel Gogola, chair of allied accounting, and then Sir Villa, and of course to all the participants. Strong 455 participants this afternoon. It's quite a actually I'm sitting in awe right now because medyo madami-dami po tayo ngayon. But anyway, I am grateful. I am really grateful to be part of this very important occasion. And the topic that was given to me is leadership in the 21st century. Time check po tayo. It's 1:47.
Dr. Randy.
Okay.
Okay.
1:47, and I am expected to end. I am expected to end, Cesar, at 2:40, right? 2:45, right? Okay. So, as a leader, we need to be very sensitive with the time. Hopefully, I can end the session at 2:44, Cesar. So please help me, remind me, Sir Randy, time is fast approaching. Hopefully, I could share to you the very substantial concepts, principles relative to the topic which you gave me this afternoon. Okay? Sige. Magandang hapon po sa lahat. To all the participants, good afternoon. Pwede ko bang marinig ang mga boses? Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon po, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon po. So,
sir.
okay, good afternoon po. So, this time, medyo 4:51 na. I am expecting, according to the message given to me through the Google link, 500, Cesar? 500. We will be expecting 500. Sige, share ko na po ang aking presentation this afternoon. Nakikita na po.
Yes, Dr. Randy.
Okay, sige. Leadership in the 21st century. Tuloy-tuloy na ako, Cesar, ha? Okay? My dear participants. So, leadership in the 21st century. I will be sharing to you this afternoon some concepts, some principles, and I will be sharing to you some maybe concrete examples of great Bicolano leaders, which on my part, my personal analysis, manifesting the important characteristics of a 21st century leader. First and foremost, may I define first, let us revisit first the definition of leadership. According to Indra Nooyi, the CEO of PepsiCo, leadership, actually, it's hard to define. And good leadership is even harder. But if you can get people to follow you to the ends of the earth, you are, according to him, you are a great leader. In fact, if we are going to consult John Maxwell, if we will ask him, he will give you one word definition, which is somehow related to this definition given by Indra, that leadership, one word only, my dear participants, leadership is influence. Simple as that. Pag may sinabi ako kay Cesar at ginawa niya ito, I was able to influence him to do that. At that particular moment in time, I became his leader. Pero pag sinabi ko ang isang bagay at hindi niya ginawa, and I wasn't able to influence him to do that, at that moment, hindi niya ako naging leader. Kaya leadership is influence. And a gentle reminder, if you think you're telling yourself that you are a leader, Pero sabi dito, if you think you are leading but no one is following, then you are only taking a walk. Kasi when we talk about leadership, di po ba? Basic concept, if there is a leader, there must be a follower. If you're telling yourself that you are a leader but nobody is following you, you are not actually a leader. Because sabi dito, if you think you're leading but no one is following, then you are only taking a walk. Okay. Leadership in the 21st century. Pag sinabi po nating leaders in the 21st century, hindi po pwedeng mawala sa scenario yung tinatawag na 21st century skills. If you are a 21st century leader, you must be familiar, you must possess this needed 21st century skills. What are these? Okay, rundown lang natin ng konti. These are the 21st century skills and competency standards. As a leader, 21st century leader, you should have the ability to work in complex systems. You should have that ability working in teams. Together, everyone achieves more. You should possess interpersonal skills, competence in quantitative skills, personal management, take note, with strong self-esteem and initiative. Adaptability through the global thinking skills, problem solving, creative, analytic, critical thinking. You should have that characteristic, good oral, written communication skills. Because when we talk about communication, you do not simply talk. Written skills is also very crucial. Ano pa? Knowledge of foreign languages and culture. Take note, because of the technology, the world is too small now. The world shrinks. And being a 21st century leader, you should have a knowledge of foreign culture. You should have the ability to work in a variety of modern technologies, scientific and technological skills. But take note, yung pinakahuli po, my dear participants, social, and we cannot avoid to mention this, moral responsibility. Higher order 21st century skills that you should possess as a 21st century leader. What are these? Problem solving, critical thinking, effective communication, collaboration, self-management, learning to learn. I am hoping that you are listening to me right now. You are here because you really wanted to learn. A gentle reminder, learning is a continuous process. If you do not consider yourself as a learner today, kahit ano pong sabihin ko ngayon, hindi ka matututo. Kaya a gentle reminder never ceases to be a learner. Ano pa? Persistence, motivation, creativity, innovation. Hindi po nawawala ethics. As I had mentioned a while ago, moral, this time ethics. But if there are 4 21st century skills which I would like to emphasize to you, dear participants, that a leader should really possess, these are the 4 C's. Actually, these are 21st century skills expected to be developed to all the students. But I personally believe not only to all the students, but even leaders. Because sabi nga kaya, we need also to walk the talk. We cannot expect our students, we cannot expect as leaders, our followers, to possess these 21st century skills if we do not also manifest, or these are not true to us also. What are these for? Take note, critical thinker. A 21st century leader must be a critical thinker, okay? Must be collaborative, working with the team, good communicator, orally and written. And of course, if you are a leader, 21st century leader, you should be creative. So please take note, these are the 4 crucial 21st century skills that a 21st century leader should possess. Number 1, critical thinking. Number 2, collaboration. Number 3, communication. And number 4, creativity. Okay, please take note. But I would like to add, aside from the previous skills that a 21st century skill should possess, may I also share this afternoon the soft skills. Okay? And what are these soft skills? Number 1, As a 21st century leader, you should have a strong work ethic. Number two, you should have a positive attitude. Hindi dapat negatron. I will borrow the words of some millennials, negatron daw. Okay? So, 21st century, soft skill, positive attitude, good moral, time management skills. My dear students and participants, how are your time management abilities? As a son, as a friend, as a student leader, how do you manage your time? Because time management abilities would fall also under soft skills. Ano pa? Problem solving skills. Okay? You are expected to be a problem solver if you are a 21st century leader. Acting as a team player. Okay? Mas ipapaliwanag ko po ito later on. Acting as a team player. Ano pa? You should be self-confident. You have that confidence. Ano po? Ability to accept and learn from critics. Okay? I think this is also very crucial. Sabi nga, nobody has the monopoly of good and all knowledge. We can also learn from others. And you should have that ability to accept that. That willingness to accept, that willingness to learn, not only from your good friends, but even from your critics. Okay? Kasi possible na may nakikita sila na hindi mo nakikita, na kapag pinakinggan mo sila, ay pwede kang matuto as a person, and then as a student leader, or as a 21st century leader. Ano pa? Flexibility, and then of course, adaptability. In the 21st century, this is very important since dealing with, nasa panahon tayo ng pandemic, nasa panahon tayo ng tinatawag na uncertainties, dealing with uncertainties. And because of that, as a 21st century leader, it is very important that we need to be flexible and we need to be adaptable. Ano pa? Another soft skill, working well under pressure. Essential skills for leadership. May I continue? You should have that cognitive flexibility. Papasok po dito yung tinatawag na critical thinking. Meaning, you should have that ability to change your mind if needed, change what you are thinking about, how are you thinking about, and even what you think. You have to restructure that knowledge. You should have that mental ability to switch with your thinking, and you need to think not just one concept, but multiple concepts. You should have that divergent thinking. Stress tolerance is also very crucial. Novelty. Though we are working under pressure, if there's an opportunity to smile and laugh, pwede rin magbiro sometimes, kailangan po natin yan. Building, forming meaningful, trustful partnership and relationship. Ito yung palagi kong sinasabi. Even if you think that you are bright, you're that good, you possess the skills already, but I'm telling you, the world is too complicated for you to be effective alone. That is why, as I have mentioned a while ago, you need to be a team player. Even Michael Jordan, even Stephen Curry of Golden State Warriors, and Michael Jordan of Chicago Bulls before, panahon ko po yan. Kahit sinasabing dalawa sila sa pinakamagagaling na basketball player, hindi nila kayang ipanalo ang isang basketball championship na sila lang mag-isa. Because the world is too complicated for you to be effective alone. Okay? Do you agree with that? If you agree, pwede kayong mag-thumbs up, mag-sign ng thumbs up para makikita ko na you're following me, guys. O pwede din love. Okay. So the world is too complicated. You need others. Okay? Kailangan natin yung tulong din ng iba. Resiliency. Aside from adaptability, this is also very important, my dear participants. Resiliency. Tayong mga Pilipino, kilala po tayo sa pagiging resilient. Tayo yung mga nationality na baha na, ang dami ng disaster. Pag tinignan mo, nakasmile pa rin, nakangiti pa rin. Working well under pressure. So resilient, we need that. Fall 7 times, we need to get up 8 times. That is according to Japanese proverb. But we can take strategic risk, but be ready to fail. Expected din po ito, ha? Be ready to fail or mess up sometimes. It's just okay to commit mistakes. Sabi nga again, nobody is perfect. Everybody will commit mistakes. But what is important is we are learning from our mistakes. Okay? Kahit ako naman po, kahit PhD na po ako, kahit professor na din po ako in a way, kahit matagal na po ako sa academe, 25 years, nagkakamali pa din naman ako. And it's part. At gusto kong nagkakamali ako. Bakit? Kasi sabi nga, pag hindi ka naroon nagkakamali, ano na yun? Hindi na maganda yun. Ibig sabihin, nasa comfort zone ka na lang. Hindi ka na lumalabas sa comfort zone mo. You are not trying new things, okay? You are not trying to be innovative and to be creative. It's just okay to fail or mess up sometimes. What is important is you learn from your mistakes. And learn from it. Parang history din yan eh. When you do not learn from the lesson of history, there will always be a tendency for you to repeat the same mistakes committed from the past. Okay? Yan. Another concept which I would like to share to you, leading the change. As 21st century leaders, we need to lead the change. And I would like to share to you the concept, the acronym PRINCE. Actually, this acronym came from one of my professors at the Bicol University during my PhD time, and he is now the undersecretary of curriculum. For me, at least from my perspective, isa rin po sa pinakamagaling na Bicolanong leader na na-produce natin from Bicol, and I'm very proud of him. And we can also learn something from him. Actually, yung Prince galing po sa kanya. So may I introduce to you the Undersecretary for Curriculum and Instruction, Dr. Diosdado M. San Antonio. Sa kanya po galing yung Prince. Sabi niya, a leader, a 21st century leader should be number 1, proactive. Number 2, result-oriented. Number 3, a 21st century leader must be intelligent. Okay? Hindi lang dapat able to work, pero magaling matalino. Okay? Network builder, and credible, and of course, empowering. So my dear students, my dear participants, please remember this acronym. According to Sir Diosdado, Dr. San Antonio, a leader should be Prince, proactive. Later, I will explain to you what is the simple meaning of the word proactive. Result-oriented. Dapat meron tayong, sa mga ginagawa natin as a leader, meron tayong goal na dapat makita natin. Meron positive output, may result. Okay? You're expecting for a positive result. Of course, dapat matalino ka. Okay? Dapat meron kang galing. Di ba sabi ni, pardon for the reverence, in the interview conducted by Boy Abunda to our beloved VP Lenny, sabi ni VP Lenny, tinanong sa political fast talk, sabi niya, eto malungkot boy, pero yung sincerity hindi lang naman sapat eh. Kinakailangan merong husay. At naniniwala ako, kasama ng husay, yun dapat yung talino, intelligent, and of course, network builder. Dito po papasok yung tinatawag na teamwork. Diba? As I have mentioned, very consistent. Of course, credible. Pag sinabing credible, pinag-uusapan natin dito yung credibility mo as a leader, yung character mo as a leader. Okay? And then, of course, very empowering. So tandaan nyo ito, my dear participants, my dear students, a leader should be proactive, R, result-oriented, I, intelligent, and network builder, C, credible, E, empowering. Prince. Okay. May I just re-emphasize the word proactive? Pag sinabi natin proactive, at least from the definition, sabi niya, creating or controlling a situation by causing something to happen rather than responding to it after it has happened. Be proactive in identifying and preventing potential problems. Ang opposite po ng proactive, reactive. Meron ho tayong mga leader, saka lang sila gagawa ng aksyon kapag mayroong nangyaring problema. Pero hindi sila gagawa ng aksyon kapag hindi pa nila, kumbaga they are not anticipating the problem that may arise in certain situations. Pero pag proactive ka, you are already anticipating and you providing alternative. Okay? The pros and cons of things, etc. Okay? We need to be proactive instead of being reactive. Ito po yung reactive language. Ang reactive language, instead of this, the proactive language, you need to say this. Ang reactive niya, there's nothing I can do. Pero pag proactive, let's look at alternatives. Di ba? Di po ba ang alphabet, merong ilang po siyang letters? Ilang letters? From A to Z. Baka magkamali ako. Para ang punto ko lang dito, my dear participants, very simple. Ang proactive, alam pag hindi naging effective yung kanyang plan A, clear sa kanya, merong plan B. Kapag hindi naging effective yung plan B, clear sa kanya, merong plan C. At clear sa kanya na yung plan niya pwedeng hanggang Z. So looking for alternatives. Critical thinker. Okay? Critical thinker. Problem solver. Looking at alternatives. Pag proactive language, I can choose a different approach. Pag proactive, I control my own feelings. Kasi pag leader ka, dapat you need to control your emotions. Okay? Tingnan nyo si BP Lenny. Pero kahit siguro deep inside, naiinis na rin siya, pero nakasmile pa rin siya. Okay? I will choose an appropriate response. Okay? Because sabi nga ni Ken, anything you say, you need to be very careful because anything you say can be used against you. I choose, I prefer, and I will. Okay. Pero gusto kong bigyan ng din ito, guys. My dear participants. Ito kasi, pag leader ka kasi, napakatas din ng expectations mo sa sarili mo, sa atin. Pero this is from Mario Batali. Just want to share this one. One of the most important leadership lessons is realizing, ito mag-agree tayo, real talk ito ha. One of the most important leadership lessons is realizing you are not the most important or the most intelligent person in the room at all times. May I emphasize the word, at all times. You are expected to be the most important, also most intelligent, maybe in some times, but you cannot expect that at all times you will be the most important and you will be the most intelligent. Do you agree with me? Do you agree with me? Okay? That is according to Mario. Bakit ko sinishare ito? Kasi, according to Malcolm Gladwell, I am talking about organizations, institutions, or a country for that matter. Sabi rito ni Malcolm, success of any kind of social epidemic is heavily dependent on the involvement of people with particular and rare sets of social needs. Of course, as a leader, you are expected to be good, to be better, to be best. Okay? You possess some strengths. But I hope you understand, as a 21st century leader, you don't have the monopoly of all the skills. You don't have the monopoly of all the talents and knowledge. You need others. Agree? Do you agree with that? Do you agree with that? Pwede ko bang makita? Pwede kayong mag-heart? Pwede kayong if you do agree with this concept? Wala akong nakikita. Ibig sabihin, hindi kayo agree. Okay, thank you. Meron akong nakita. Okay. You're familiar with this. You're familiar with this guy. One great Bicolano leader produced by Bicol and of course produced by Ateneo Dinaga University. You should be very proud as an Atenean, as a Bicolano, and as a Filipino because we were able, that Bicol was able to produce this great leader in the person of Senator Olroco. Now, in relation to sa sinabi ko kanina, ito yung maganda sa sinabi ni former Senator Olroco, the late Senator Olroco. Sabi niya, leadership today, kasi nasa 21st century na rin siya in a way, bago siya namatay. Sabi niya, leadership today should be like the leadership of an orchestra conductor. Okay? Try to imagine. Okay, may orchestra. Ang leader daw, conductor. The conductor may not know how to play the piano. Relative dun sa sinabi ko kanina, you may not be as a leader, pwedeng hindi ka marunong mag-piano. Okay? The conductor may not know how to play the piano, but with a wave of a hand, he or she can tell the piano player to play pianissimo. The conductor may not know how to play the violin, but with a wave of a hand, or he can tell the violin player to play fortissimo. The conductor may not know how to play a clarinet, but he or she can bring out the best from the clarinet player. The leader, I believe the 21st century leader, like the conductor, draws out talent from everybody and creates a symphony out of everybody's best. Ateneo Dinaga chapter, you have also a leader. Tama. You have also your president. You have also your advisor. You have your dean. And they are considered as the conductors. And as conductors, they are drawing the best talents from the organization. That is why, obviously now, you are creating, or you were able to create a beautiful, a very nice activity like this one. Because your conductors, your leader was able to draw that best talents from you. So leadership, according to Senator Rocco, should be like the leadership of an orchestra conductor. Of course, you're familiar with this. Isa pa rin ho, kung bakit tayo dapat proud bilang Nagenyo, bilang Bicolano, at bilang Pilipino. In your case, proud din kayo lalo tigit as an Atenean because Jesse Robredo is also a product of Ateneo Dinaga University. And according to him, good local governance can be the conclusion of our unfinished revolution. Sabi niya, this revolution can also be anchored on people like you who serve rather than criticize. Nakakalungkot ngayon sa social media, ang daming negatron, ang daming kritisismo. Okay lang sana kung positibo. Okay? They are there to criticize. Sabi niya, who serve rather than criticize, collaborate rather than divide, build up rather than tear down. Pero ito yung magandang sinabi, na relative doon sa sinabi ni Rocco, na sinabi din yung konsepto ng teamwork. People who engage to understand. Kung pag-uusapan natin ang people empowerment, I think as a 21st century leader, he walks the talk. He walked the talk when we talk about teamwork, when we talk about people empowerment. And I believe you're quite aware, the Naga City government became an multi-awarded city. One key factor because the late secretary of the LDF, our former mayor, was able to draw out the talents from the stakeholders of Naga City. He created the Naga City Council, People's Council, right? Okay, people empowerment. And I love this one from John Maxwell. As a 21st century leader, let us all be reminded by this one. You are a conductor. You need to empower people. You are a team player. You are a leader drawing out talents from your people. Sabi rito, leaders become great not because of their power, but because of their ability to empower others. May I repeat, leaders become great. If you wanted to become great, hindi mo kayang mag-isa. Sabi rito, you become great not because of your power, but because of your ability to empower others. You have to be a very good conductor, empowering others, empowering people in organization, and creating a beautiful music together, creating a positive impact inside and outside of your organization. Tandaan niyo po ito. If you want to become a great 21st century leader. Now, there is a question. Okay? Actually, I saw this from the net. Sabi ko maganda yung concept. How leadership by Dr. San Antonio, by Senator Rocco, Secretary Jesse Robredo. Sabi rito, leadership has shifted in the last 20 years away from an autocratic style, okay, and towards a more collaborative approach, collaboration, okay? Di ba nung elementary, narinig niyo yung kanta, together we stand, divided we fall, together we climb, to the top of the world. That may be an old song, but the concept, that the message is really classic, and that can also be very true today. Collaborative approach, fostering great teamwork, productivity, innovation, and creativity. Okay? So, responding to the 21st century challenges. May time pa naman ako, Cesar, 2:45 ako, di ba?
Yes, Dr. Randy.
Okay, responding to the 21st century challenges. Okay. Sabi rito, may I share to you the alphabet and their numeric equivalences. Okay? If letters A to Z are represented by numbers 1 to 26, then hard work will be how many percent? Dear participants, yung H, ang equivalent niya 8, A1, etc. Inad siya. What is the equivalent? What is the total? What is the total? Ikaw na lang, Cesar. What is the total?
98%, Dr.
98%. Knowledge will be
96%.
how many? 96%. But take note, my dear participants, attitude will be 100%. I would like to emphasize this one. For 21st century leaders, hard work is very important. Knowledge is very important. But I'm telling you, attitude is far more important. It's 100%. Sabi dito, while hard work and knowledge will bring you closer to your dreams, attitude will get you there. May I re-emphasize, while hard work and knowledge will bring you closer to your dreams, attitude, very good attitude, will get you there. Sabi nga ng ano ito, pakibasa, Cesar.
It's your attitude more than your aptitude that determines your altitude.
Yeah. A gentle reminder to all of us. Aptitude is very important, but sabi rito, more than your aptitude, it is your attitude that more than your aptitude that determines your altitude. Okay? Kaya, character, attitude is very important. And additional concept about leadership, talking about attitude. Leadership is not lordship. Diba? Kaya sabi na, there is no a shift from autocratic style. Diba? Leadership is not lordship. It is the power to motivate others by ideas, personality, and inspiration. Do you want an inspirational leader, my dear participants? Diba napakasarap na pumapasok ko sa isang organization na your leader is inspirational. Ako naniniwala ako, wala namang magsasabi dito sa atin na hindi nila kailangan ng isang inspirational leader. Diba? Kasi kailangan natin yun. In fact, we are being encouraged to participate more, to be actively involved if our leaders are inspirational. 21st century leaders are expected to be inspirational, witnessing. And take note, we are best remembered not by what we teach, but how we live. Leaders, we are best remembered not by what we teach. Kasi madali namang magsabi, di ba? Madali namang magsalita ng magagandang, ideals. Pero at the end of the day, di ba sabi ng commercial, mas nakikita ko ang ginagawang mali ng bata, ng matanda, sa mata ng bata, ito ay nagiging tama. Okay? Sasabihin ng bata, mas nakikita ko yung ginagawa mo kaysa sinasabi mo. Kaya, yung mga leaders natin, for example, they are telling us not to be corrupt. Pero, nakikita natin, sila yung number one na corrupt. Double standard, di ba? Parang may mahirap on our part na maniwalaan sila because, again, we are best remembered not by what we teach, but how we live. Dito papasok yung sinasabi kanina ni Dr. San Antonio na credibility. Do you consider yourself as credible? Kasi if you're not credible, when you tell things to your people, sasabihin mo kayo, we. Kaya, real talk ito, real talk ito. So, when I attended a national leadership training in Baguio City, during that time na ako po naging SSG advisor, also naging assistant principal for student affairs, isa po ito sa mga quotations na hindi ko nakakalimutan, sabi ko, and if there is an opportunity, isi-share ko talaga sa inyo. Share ko talaga. Sabi dito, leadership is not a position or a title. Okay? Maybe you have a position right now, maybe you have a title right now, but at the end of the day, in the strictest essence, it will not make you a true leader. Kasi sabi rito, leadership is not a position or a title, it is action and example. Okay? Emphasis on it is action and example. Kaya baga sabi ni Jesse Robredo, you're familiar with this. The most important ingredient of leadership is what? Dear participants, what is the most important ingredient in leadership according to him? It is what? Character. Correct. Most of the proficiency can be learned. It is what is inside you that is difficult to change. I am not saying that the character is the only ingredient. Pero ang sinasabi lang ni Jesse Robredo, among the ingredients, it is considered as the most important. Kaya sabi niya, balance din. Okay? Sabi niya, hindi na sapat na tayo ay matino lamang, hindi rin sapat na tayo ay mahusay lamang, hindi lahat ng matino ay mahusay, at lalo namang hindi lahat ng mahusay ay matino. 21st century leaders, I firmly believe, dapat po matino at mahusay. Dapat mahusay at matino. Okay? Pero sabi dito, effective leadership is not about making speeches or being liked. Okay? Leadership is defined by results, not only attributes. Balansehin natin. Kaya baga sabi ko sa inyo, Jesse Robredo did not say na character lang, attitude lang. It is considered as the most important among the ingredients. But when we talk effective leadership, kinakailang result-oriented. Refined by results and not attributes. Kaya sabi, kahit mabait ka, you are willing but you are not able, may problema pa rin. Parang ganito yon. Let me just give you a simple illustration. Pagdaan mo sa isang ilog, may nakikita kang isang bata na nalulunod. What is your initial tendency? Your initial tendency is to save the child. Am I correct? Pupunta ka sana sa ilog, papunta ka na, biglang you are very much willing. Naalala mo, nung malapit ka na sa ilog, tatalong ka na sana, hindi ka pala marunong lumangoy. Hindi pwedeng willing ka lang. Dapat able ka rin to swim. Because you cannot save the kid if you do not know how to swim. Okay? Because the expected result na gusto mo kahit mabait ka, na at the end of the day, ma-save yung bata na nalulunod. This is just a simple illustration. I hope you are getting my point, my dear participants. Okay? Walking the talk. Result-oriented. During Mayor Robredo's term, Naga City was the recipient of several international awards. I think it is given, alam na natin ito. May I just mention at least two. United Nations Public Service Award, New York, June 23, 2004, Most Women-Friendly LGU. So, Naga City, under his leadership, was recognized not only in local, regional, national, but even in the international level. And it talks about effective leadership, result-oriented. Sabi niya, he was also awarded, di ba? He received the the prestigious Ramon Magsaysay Award in 2000. Maganda yung sinabi niya. And sana, kumbaga, isi-share ko ito sa inyo, just a gentle reminder also to you student leaders and future leaders of our country. Public servants are servant leaders. Their mission is to serve and not to be served. Bilang isang lingkod bayan, ikaw ay nandyan hindi para paglingkuran. You are not a king. You are not a lord. Nandyan ka as a servant para maglingkod. Okay? Another, Raul Rocco, result-oriented, sabi niya, nakuha ko ito from the net. Maganda yung concept. Who wouldn't fall in love with a public servant who understands the value of education? If there's anyone who understands what 𝑒𝐢𝐻 means, it's probably Raul Rocco. Under his leadership, take note, my dear participants, the Department of Education went from being the fourth most corrupt agency, to becoming the most trusted agency. And it talks something about his, very good leadership. The man needed only, take note 8 months to combat corruption in his department. Only 8 months. Sabi nga ng kanta, kung gugustuhin talaga nasa leader, everything rises and falls on leadership. And then kung gugustuhin, possible na mawala yung corruption. Nagawa niya. Sabi nga ng kanta, di ba? Kung ayaw may dahilan, kung gusto palaging merong paraan. Di ba? Kung gugustuhin. At napatunayan ni Raul Rocco, as if that's not enough to win you over, he also helped. Actually, ang daming mga magagandang batas na ginawa niya. May I just mention this two the anti-sexual harassment law and the anti-rape law during his term as a senator. And a well-awarded senator. Okay, outstanding congressman, outstanding senator, and for me, one of the best, if not the best, one of the best Secretary of Education na nagkaroon tayo. Yun nga lang malungkot. And marami ding nag-label sa kanya. Tingnan nyo na lang sa social media. One of the best presidents that the Philippines never had. Even Secretary Jesse Robredo was also labeled as one of the best presidents the Philippines. A Bicolano and an Atenean. Naririnig nyo ko? A Bicolano, an Agueño, and an Atenean. Pwede bang palakpakan ninyo ang sarili ninyo? Palakpakan natin yung mga sarili natin for producing these great leaders. Okay? Sige, thank you so much. On good governance, I love this one. Sabi niya, transparency is the way to fight graft and corruption. When there is sunlight, there are few microbes. When there is darkness, there are more microbes. This is the sunshine principle. As a 21st century leader, I think very important that we need also to be very, very transparent. Sabi nga, kung wala kang takot. Okay? Of course, pardon for the example, but from the positive perspective also, our third great Bicolano leader, the current VP, talking about her accomplishments. Kung bubuksan lang po natin yung ating mga puso't mga mata, despite the very limited budget given to the office of the Vice President, real talk, she was able, in partnership with private institutions through the Angat Buhay, was able to come up with very, very good accomplishments. And I think we need also to give the respect which is due to her. Objectively speaking. Kasi ako, kahit Bicolana siya, kapag nakita ko naman na hindi naman talaga magaganda yung accomplishment niya, kahit Bicolana, sasabihin kong wala. But I need to give respect which is due to our Vice President. And of course, this one, okay? You should be very proud. We should be very proud. OVP receives highest audit rating from COA. Okay? For 3 consecutive years po yan. Okay? Kaya po siya walang bahid ng korupsyon. Okay? ISO certificate pa ang kanyang opisina. And it speaks something about his effectivity as a leader, as a 21st century leader. So what are the 21st century leadership styles? Based from the previous concepts, based from the previous examples of Bicolano leaders, national leaders, what are the 21st century leadership styles? Sabi po dito, 21st century leadership is a multidimensional integrated view of leadership that is based in relationship. 21st century leadership is oriented toward being inclusive. Okay, nobody will be left behind. Everybody should be given fair consideration and service. Collaborative and of course of service to individuals, to the social good and ecological sustainability. Okay? So, actually malapit na ako matapos. 5 C's of an effective leader. Yan. Tandaan niyo yan. 5 C's an effective 21st century leader. Tandaan po natin ito. Number 1, again, based from the previous concepts, based from the previous examples of our great Bicolano leaders. Number 1, character, which is the most important ingredient. You have to be competent. Dapat may husay. Dapat meron tayong talento, meron tayong skills. Okay? Meron tayo dapat commitment. Okay? Importante ba sa isang 21st century leader na merong commitment? I think that's very crucial. Okay? You need to be confident. Okay? Hindi pwede pag leader ka, nagtatago ka. Dapat pag leader ka, kaya mong humarap kahit kanino. Okay? And of course, creativity. 5 C's. Character, competence, commitment, confidence, and creativity. Okay, check ko lang kung nag-take note. What is the first C? What is the first C? Dear participants? Character. Second C? Competence. Third C? Commitment. Number 4?
Confidence.
Confidence. And number 5,
Creativity.
Okay, thank you so much, dear participants. 21st century leader should possess this very important 5 C's. If you consider yourself or you are aspiring to be a 21st century leader, you should possess that needed good character. You are expected to be competent. Okay? You are expected to committed to the task given to you. And as a leader, you have to be confident. Kasi ikaw yung magpo-provide ng lakas, ikaw yung magpo-provide ng inspiration, ikaw yung magpo-provide ng motivation. Tama? Gusto nyo ng isang general na kumbaga lalaban sa gera. General, kaya ba natin ang laban na ito? Dahil nga ngayon ko sigurado kung kakayahon tayo ni. Imagine if that your general would be uttering this word. The leader should provide you the needed motivation, inspiration, and confidence, and of course, creativity. So, I end my simple session with you this afternoon. If your actions, to be very honest with you, I am inspired by Dr. San Antonio. I am inspired by former Senator Olroco. I am inspired through the leadership of former DLG Secretary Jesse Robredo. I am inspired by the leadership of our beloved BP Lenny and others. May I end this session with this from John Quincy Adams. If your actions inspire others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more. Dear participants, you are a leader. May I repeat, if your actions inspire others to dream more, learn more, do more, avoid the status quo, staying in the comfort zone, you encourage them to do more and become more. Draw out the best talents from them. Be also a great leader like you, because your job as a leader is not to create followers. A gentle reminder, leaders' task is to produce not followers, but more great leaders also. Become more. Then you are a leader. So again, thank you so much for this opportunity. I hope kahit pa paano I was able to share something. Hopefully, I was able to, in my own little way, to inspire you, GPS students and student leaders. Diyos mabalos po sa gabos.
Ooh, thank you very much, Dr. Randy, for that very insightful and informative talk on creating awareness on the emerging type of leadership along with the challenges of the present society. Dr. Randy, sabi mo kanina, you are in awe earlier by the number of the participants. I think, and I believe I speak on behalf of all of us here in saying that we are in great awe with your well-delivered and well-said wisdom and reminders, as in, Doc. Siya ngang tunay na tayong lahat ay mga pinuno sa sarili nating paraan. Leadership is influence. And now, sabi mo nga, Doc, leadership is also an inspiration. We shall be careful enough and work to cultivate a good version of a leader in us. And as Dr. Randy said kanina, attitude will get us there.
Okay. Please allow me also, sir, to give a special mention to Kathleen Coronado, to Kat, one of the leaders of your organization. She's my former SSG Vice President at Camarines National High School, and I'm very proud of her, doing a great job in Ateneo now. And yeah, I am happy and so proud of you, Kat. Continue to do more, continue to learn more, and I will just be here as your mentor. Will always be your mentor. Okay? God bless.
You, sir.
Ate Kat, any message? Yeah.
Sir, na-remind ako. Yung mga, basta sir, aram mo na yan, sir. Thank you,
Yan,
sir.
Thank you very much, sir and Ate Kat. Yan. So again, at this juncture, medyo excited na ang ating participants. I encourage everyone to show our appreciation to Dr. Randy with a magnanimous virtual applause. Yan, thank you, sir. And we will now open the floor for comments and questions for our speaker if you have any. So we encourage you to participate in our forum. Feel free to ask any necessary and relevant questions about the talk earlier. To facilitate the forum, if you have any question, kindly click the raise hand button kung pwede po, paki-raise tapos magsasalita. O kaya, you may also use the chat box to send your question. Don't forget to state your name, again name, then year level, and also your course. And I will read them for you so that Sir Randy can address it. Yan. Kanina po, sir, may nagsabi na they want to give some insights about your talk. So may I call
please.
Miss Maricon Asido from second year BS Accountancy.
Hello, Cesar. Hello po, Dr. Randy. First and foremost po, I'd like to express my gratitude to you for your very enlightening presentation. And as a JP officer po, I am very grateful for the opportunity to hear you speak. With this, I'd want to share the words or sentiments that I recall from your talk. Particularly your statement about leaders cannot be leaders without followers. We should know the importance of our followers because we were called as leaders to serve and not to be served. And also as leaders, we must remember that making errors is acceptable as long as we are learning from them. Because dahil sa pagkakamali, there is progress or there are improvements. Another thing is leaders must remember that they are not the most intelligent or the most important person in the classroom at all times. Dapat po i-consider natin yung iba and we should treat everyone equally, including ourselves. Ano pa ba? Yung significant po na factor na we should consider as leaders is the attitude. Kasi yung sabi mo po, it will bring us to our dreams and not the intelligence nor the hard works, but the attitude. And what we have learned from your discussion will not only affect our leadership, but it would also be very helpful for us in analyzing leaders, notably as 2022 elections is fast approaching. I guess that would be all, sir. Thank you so much.
And thank you, Macon. Thank you for that insight. Yan. Next, meron po tayong tanong. Yan. Unahin muna po natin yung nagsabing na magtatanong daw siya. Miss Irene Watimor, second year BS Accountancy, sir. Miss Irene.
Thank you, Cesar. And thank you so much for this interactive discussion, Dr. Randy. Your presence and witty remarks truly help us amplify our purpose to awaken the leaders in us in the greatest way possible. So I have two questions for you po. Number one, how could a leader deal with the moral burdens and responsibilities that come with making difficult decisions for their team? And number two, how can a competent leader avoid acting in their best own interests? That would be all.
Doc Randy, would you mind to answer or just to respond to that question?
Two questions yun, Sayle. Unahin natin yung first question mo. Can you please repeat it, the first question? Yun ang munang unahin natin.
How could a leader deal with the moral burdens and responsibilities that come with making difficult decisions for them?
Okay. Sa akin kasi, ako personally, Irene, ang importante sa akin, clear sa akin yung aking values. Clear sa akin dapat yung principles ko in life. Kasi anything which would contradict my principles and my values, definitely, kumbaga, it would importante kasi clear sa yung principles mo, yung value-based system mo, Kasi anything na dumating sa'yo, na alam mo yung kung tama siya o hindi. If it would contradict your value system, alam mo na dapat yung magiging decision mo. You need to stand on your ground. If this is the kind of principle na pinapanghawakan mo, then you need to stand by it. Okay? Kumbaga, kasi pag hindi clear yung principles mo in life, kapag hindi clear yung value system mo, you will be swayed, okay, later on. Ako marami na po akong nakita na I will not be naming the names, I will just be stating the miracle but then not the name of the saints. Marami akong nakitang leaders, as a history teacher, revisiting history, marami na rin akong nakitang mga personalities sa mga pahina ng ating kasaysayan, even current leaders na makikita mo maganda yung kanilang initially yung pagiging leader nila. But later on, nakakalungkot na bakit naging ganito na siya ngayon? Bakit naging ganito yung kanyang... So maybe may problema in terms of leadership. Kaya ito, real talk ito, Shirina. Okay, anong position mo ngayon?
Vice President for Academics po.
Okay. Maybe someday you will be given the opportunity to handle higher positions not only in Ateneo but even outside Ateneo. That can be a probability. Merong sinabi one of the presidents of the US, sabi niya, I think si Lincoln, if you want to test the character of a person, then give him a position. May I repeat? If you really want to test a character of a person, give him a position. Dagdagan ko pa. If you want to test the character of a person, give him money and position. Nakakalungkot, maraming tao, maraming personality na okay siya before, pero nung nagkaroon siya ng posisyon, malaking posisyon. Kaya I'm telling you, real talk ito, positions and money can also be tempting. Okay? Kasi pwede nitong baguhin ang isang tao. Kaya, if you will be given someday, dapat yung value system mo, yung principles mo in life, dapat intact yan at dapat clear yan sa'yo. Because someday, I'm telling you, you might be given the opportunity, a higher position, maybe some temptations that you will be given a money. If your principles is not that good, not solid, you may be swayed and you will be tempted. Okay? Kaya remember that siren. If you want to test the character of a person, give him money and position. Maganda kasi marami akong nakikita din na bagamat tumataas yung kanilang posisyon, they are being tempted but they were not swayed. I firmly believe because grounded yung kanilang value system and principles in life. Okay na yung number 1? Sagot mo sa number 1.
Okay po, thank you. Yung number 2 po. How
Number
can
two.
a competent leader avoid acting in their own best interests?
Yan. How can a competent... In the first place, if you will just act based from your interest, ibig sabihin you are not competent. Because if you are competent, you will be, sabi ko nga, babalik ka pa rin sa drawing board. Ano yung drawing board? Again, revisiting the important characteristics of a 21st century leader. And when we talk about 21st century leader, you cannot tell yourself that you are a 21st century leader if teamwork, collaboration is not true to you. Di ba na-share ko kanina? The world is too complicated for us to be effective alone. The way I see it, the way I analyze it, tinitingnan kita ngayon sa Irene, at least from my perspective, from my analysis, matalino ka, magaling kang leader, may talento ka, may skills, may husay ka. At least from yung impression at least yung impression. Kasi hindi ka naman magiging vice president kung hindi ka magaling. Okay? Pero kahit gaano ka kagaling sa Irene, just a gentle reminder, kahit marami kang talent, kahit you possess the skills, kahit you're that bright. Sabi ko nga kanina, you can never be an effective leader. You can never, kumbaga, hindi pwedeng magkaroon ng results yung organization na inawakan mo kung ikaw lang yung kikilos. If you're a competent leader, you need to remind yourself, of course, to be competent, I need to be a team, kumbaga, I need to emphasize, I need to give importance to teamwork. Because sabi ni Sir Randy, sabi ni Doc Randy, the world is too complicated for us to be effective alone. And sana may mentor ka din that would remind you. At sana meron ka din co-leaders na accountable mo din. Pa yung accountability mo sa inyong dalawa. Halimbawa, si Cesar, for example, kumbaga, accountability ka ni Cesar, accountability naman ikaw ni Cesar, accountability mo siya. Kapag nakikita ni Cesar na medyo you are swaying, kumbaga a different path, a very good friend, a co-leader might remind you, Sairi, yung value system natin, friend, yung ating yeah, you're that good, I salute you, I admire you, but take note, hindi tayo magkakaroon ng magandang result-oriented kung ikaw lang, kailangan mo ako, best, kailangan kita, kailangan mo ako. Sabi nga ni Mother Teresa, Sairi, I can do things which you cannot. You can do things which I cannot. But together, we can do great things. Sabi ni Mother Teresa. Okay na,
Thank you
Sairi.
so much po, Dr. Randy. That will truly help our organization better. Thank you po. Thank you, Kuya Cesar.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you din, Sai. Thank you, Doc. Hayaan mo, Doc Randy. Itatap natin yan si Sai. And meron pa po tayo ditong isang question from Miss AC Beruega. AC, kung nandito ka, would you like to read your question? Or ako na lang? Ako na lang, sir. Sir, Dr. Randy, I am I'm in awe rin po with all the nuggets of wisdom you have shared, Sir Bacares. Thank you po for the worthwhile talk. This pandemic has shown us that we are not always in control of what happens around us. As part of a generation of young thrivers, growing a virtue and a blazing trail become challenging nowadays. How can we develop our character strengths to make a positive impact as 21st century leaders despite these uncertain times?
Okay. Sabi sa Bible, pardon for the reference,
Julia, di ba mas ako nadadawag sa tarang ibig?
Na dadangog ka po. pardon for sabi sa Bible, merong isang verse sa Bible. Bad company corrupts character. Okay? If you want to be bad, then join bad company. If you want to become a bad leader, then you join bad company of leaders. Therefore, it's the opposite. If you want to be a great 21st century leaders, it's crucial that you need to choose good companies. You need to choose good influences. Di ba sabi natin kanina, leadership is influence. Tama? Leadership is influence. So, if you are joining, being with good leaders, I am telling you, someday, in a way, they will help you to be good 21st century leaders. Do not also hesitate to find very good mentors. I am confident in Ateneo de Naga University, even in JIPIA department, you can find very good mentors. Okay? You can read books, very good books that would somehow remind you once in a while. Attend trainings like this. Practical, real talk. Attend trainings like this. And be a good leader also. Again, pag nagkamali, learn from it. Okay? Kasi importante kasi na you are willing to learn, and you are willing to be trained, and you are willing to be mentored, and you are willing to join good companies of 21st century leaders also. Okay? Those are just some practical, should I say, tips or advices. And yeah, actually, nag-talk ako, maraming insight na nag-talk na ako. Isa sa mga studies din na lumitaw, na isang quality na dapat meron tayo ngayon, yung dealing with uncertainty. Kasi we're dealing with difficult times, we need others to help us also. We need others to help also. Find good influences. Maybe Cesar can be one. Maybe Kat can be one. Si Sairian can be one. Okay? Okay na ba yon?
Yes, Dr. Randy. Thank you. Okay na ba yun, AC? Yan. Thank you daw po, Dr. Bacares, Dr. Randy. Yan. Sabi nga po kayo, di ba? Ang kamatis na hinog, pag tinaid sa lapa, nalalapa man. Okay, medyo wala na po atang ibang questions from our participants. Pero I'm curious, Dr. Randy, before we go, what is your final message for our participants, especially most of us, our voters? Ano po yung message nyo tungkol sa pagpili ng susunod na leader ng ating bansa? Nakamute ka po ata, Dr. Randy.
Okay. May share lang ako sa screen. Okay, I cannot share screen while the other participants. Okay po. May I share this one? Cyrene, connected pa din ito sa sinabi ko sa iyo kanina. Ihahabol ko lang. Tapos, message na rin according to Cesar. Ito, gustong-gusto ko ito nung sinabi ni BP Lenny. Ito. And good reminder din ito. And I would like to include myself. Ano? I would like to include myself also. You know, this is a very good reminder to all of us. Sabi ni Lenny Robredo, on ANC Head Start interview, April 12, 2016. Medyo historical na rin. Pero I love the message. Sabi niya, I have seen people who were changed by power and wealth. Oh, relative din ito doon sa sinabi kanina, yung tanong kanina, yung pinakahuling tanong kanina, Cesar. I have seen people who were changed by power and wealth. And I remind myself constantly, every day, that I don't want to be that person. Kumbaga, yung paa niya lang palagi lang nasa ground. I have seen people, love this one. I have seen people who were changed by power and wealth, and I remind myself constantly every day. So please remind yourself constantly. I need to remind myself constantly also that I don't want to be that person. Lastly, sabi kanina ni Cesar, since malapit na sir ang election, anong pwede mo may advice sa amin? Guys, this election is very crucial. Ang pinag-uusapan po natin dito, another 6 years. Ang pinag-uusapan po natin dito, your future, our future as a country. So this election is really very crucial. Dalawa lang, Cesar, to be consistent with my presentation. 2 things lang. Find leaders who are matino at mahusay. Hindi lahat ng matino ay mahusay, hindi lahat ng mahusay ay matino. Ang kailangan po ng Pilipinas ay matino at mahusay. I am looking forward and I'm praying that, mabalik po yung tinatawag na decency in our government. Nakakalungkot po, real talk, sa panahon po natin for almost 6 years, yung mga mali parang siya na yung nagiging tama at yung tama ang siyang parang nagiging ng mga mali. There is now a need to revive decency in the government. There is now a need to revive competence in the government. But not only competence, more than competence, it's character. I hope those are basic but very important parameters as you choose your leaders. Be a positive influence to your friends, families, and others. Influence them to choose leaders who are matino at mahusay. Hindi ko kayo pipilitin, pero kung tatanungin niyo ako, definitely I will go for our VP Lenny all the way. Sa akin po yun. I will go for her all the way. Because I'm thinking about the future of my 4-year-old daughter, 11-year-old daughter, and my 2 other sons. And of course, for the future of our country. So sa Giraray po, Diyos mabalo, salamat sa oportunidad. God bless GPA Ateneo Dinaga University. God bless everyone. Thank you so much.
Yan, thank you Doc Randy. Thank you po. May isa pa po tayong question. Okay lang po ba, Doc Randy? Medyo may oras pa naman ata tayo. Very maikli lang.
Sige po.
Sige po. Miss Precious Ninya, kuya.
Good afternoon po, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Precious.
I was really drawn with how you said that leadership is about influence. Leadership is influence. That it's also dependent on the people we associate with, our character, our confidence, and the like. However, I would also like to ask po, how could we not be swayed by the system itself? Paano po tayo hindi magpapakain sa sistema? Because we have so many leaders who has this particular ideal for the country, for their constituents, but at the end of the day, they are swayed by the system to either be corrupt or to be like jaded because of the anomalies, because of the issues that is happening in our system itself. That would be all po. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Precious. Again, I need to be very consistent with my answer. It's real talk ito, Precious. I fully agree with you na meron tayong mga leaders na they are swayed with, with the system. Talking about bad system. But the good news, precious, is this. Meron pa din tayong makikita na mga leaders, they are, kumbaga, standing on their ground and they are not being swayed by the bad system. Instead, they are the ones creating positive change and creating positive influence as far as the system is concerned. Sabi nga ni Mahatma Gandhi, be the change you want to see in the world. Yung nabasa ko kanina, sinabi ni BP Lenny, tama yun. We have seen a lot of people who were changed by power and position. That is why you need also to be very consistent in reminding yourself that I don't want to be like them. Pero hindi mo kayang mag-isa. That is why you need support system that would also remind you once in a while. We will remind each other that we don't need to be swayed by our system. I am confident that BP Lenny now is now creating a new, sabi nga, di ba palagi na sinasabi, noon ang politiko ang nag-organize ng mga rally. Noon ang politiko ang nagbibigay ng gastos pang tarpaulin, etc. Pero ngayon sa case niya, it's the opposite. Ang mga tao na ang nag-organize ng mga rally niya, ang mga tao na ang nag-i-initiate magpagawa ng tarpaulin, magpagawa ng mga t-shirt, etc. Kumbaga, the sense of volunteerism is at its height. Pero bakit ganon? Because they are inspired by this new breed of leaders like our BP Lenny. And I hope, Precious, you will be one of these great volunteers. Kumbaga, you will join the tribe in creating, not to be swayed, but creating positive influence as far as our politics and governance is concerned. Tandaan nyo, ako po, ito, prangkana usapan, my dear students and my dear participants. Palagi nyo nung naririnig, sabi ni Rizal, ang kabataan ang pag-asa naman, right? Palagi nyo naririnig. Pero I'm telling you, hanggat may nakikita akong kabataan na gaya ninyo, kagaya mo Precious, kagaya mo Cesar, Cyrene, Kat, and you guys, 476 strong student leaders, hindi po ako nawawala ng pag-asa na ang bayang Pilipinas ay magkakaroon ng isang magandang bukas kasi sabi ni Jose Rizal, ang kabataan ang pag-asa ng bayan. Naniniwala ako doon. Kaya in my own little way, you gave me the opportunity. In my own little way, I am also doing my best to influence you positively kasi naniniwala ko hanggat nakikita ko kayo, kagaya ng mga kabataan, may pag-asa po ang Pilipinas. May pag-asa po ang Pilipinas.
Thank you very much, Dr. Randy. Thank you for that. Thank you din, Precious. And to those who actively participated in our open forum. Thank you, Doc. We invite the participants to accomplish the attendance link to be sent in our chat box. Meron pong attendance link dyan. Please be reminded that the form will be open within only 10 minutes. 10 minutes lang po open yung attendance. Tapos mamaya, meron pang eval form. So kindly accomplish the attendance link. Yan. Now we have come to an end. We hope that you have learned something from this mini ACP. So, sana na-inspire din tayo na challenge to use our skills and talents to get involved in programs and advocacies that would provide great impact on people empowerment and social development. To show our gratitude to Dr. Randy P. Bacares for his time and effort, we now present the Certificate of Appreciation. Yan, presenting lang, Doc. Wait lang po. With the citation, of course, of Ateneo de Naga University College of Business and Accountancy, Junior Philippine Institute of Accountants awards the Certificate of Appreciation to Dr. Randy P. Bacares in grateful recognition of his expertise and service as resource speaker in the mini alternative class program entitled Standout Leadership in 21st Century, held on February 4, 2022. Given this 4th day of February 2022. Signed by Joel H. Gogola, DBA CPA, Accountancy Department Chairperson, Jaser I. Avila, MSA CPA, Allied Accounting Courses Department Chairperson, and Dr. Anne-Marie F. Bagajon, College of Business and Accountancy College Dean. Again, a round of applause to our dear Dr. Randy Bacares. Palakpakan. So, yun. Before anything else, let's take this time po to have a photo opportunity, syempre with our dear speaker, Dr. Randy. Yan. So we encourage everyone to open your cameras for documentation. Yan. Open po
Randy,
lang
thank you
camera.
very much.
You are most welcome po. Thank you also for this opportunity. God bless. God bless the Philippines.
And habang nag-open po yung camera, feeling ko i-unshare muna yung yung ating presentation. We would also like to acknowledge our 200, sir. Meron pa tayong additional 200 watchers sa ating YouTube live. Yan, so medyo marami pa rin yung dumagdag. So kung susumahin, mga nasa 680 something tayo, sir. So baka mga 700 participants. Yan. Ready na po ba tayo, JP officers, for our photo opportunity? JP officers, the lead for our photo.
Okay. Currently, we have 2 windows po, and kindly hold your smiles. Okay. First window, 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay. Second window, 3, 2, 1, smile. At may dumagdag po. Third window, 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay. Waki naman po. Okay. 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay, second window. 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay na po. Thank you so much.
And all right, I think that's it. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Doc Randy. Thank you, Sir Bart. Before we end this activity, please be reminded to fill out the evaluation forms by clicking the link in our chat box so that we know what we can improve in our next activity. With that, we are looking forward to your active participation in our upcoming activities and events. If you have any concerns and questions that you are too shy or hesitant perhaps to raise earlier in our forum, please feel free to send us a message on our official FB page, JP Ad News, so that we can address your concern. We hope that you actually gained insights and new learnings from our mini ACP with the topic stand out leadership in the 21st century. Again, I would like to thank our speaker, Dr. Randy Bacares. This ends our program, and thank you for being with us. It's been an amazing afternoon with you all, guys. See you in other mini ACPs. Once again, this is Cesar Aifurio, not for me, but for you. Thank you, Dr. Randy. So, dear participants, wag muna po tayong umalis kasi yung susunod na mini ACP will use the same link for that second mini ACP. Thank you and goodbye.
afternoon, JPNs. We are delighted to virtually see you here this afternoon. I hope that everyone is doing fine. Let's just wait for the others in a few minutes and we will begin the program already. I would like to acknowledge the presence of Sir Joel H. Bugola, Chairperson of Accountancy Department. Thank you for being with us despite of your hectic schedule. I would also like to acknowledge those who are watching in our YouTube Live. I hope that you are enjoying in our ACP for today. Once again, good afternoon, legendary people of JPA. It is my pleasure to welcome you to our mini alternative class program or ACP with the topic Time Management for Students in the New Normal as part of our first virtual accountancy and allied accounting courses celebration with the theme Braving the Waves in the New Normal. I am 𝐾𝐡𝐺𝐼𝐻, a first-year BS accountancy student, and I will be your host for today's alternative class program. First things first, before we officially take off, I'd like to go over our house rules so that proper etiquette will be observed. First, to minimize distraction, please remain muted for the entire program proper to avoid distracting your fellow participants. Second, although not required, we encourage you to open your cameras for the duration of the program. However, we understand if you are unable to do so because of an unstable internet connection. You are also required to be in the Zoom room until the end of the activity because e-certificates will be given to those who will finish the entire series and accomplish the evaluation form. We will provide the link for the evaluation form at the end of this session. Make sure to put your Zoom names according to the format given for attendance checking. Your Zoom name should include your school ID number, last name, and your first name. Also, we encourage you to actively participate in our open forum that will be done later. And of course, let's enjoy the program as we learn and gain new insights today. Ayan, so everyone, send some emojis or click any of the reaction buttons in our Zoom chat if our house rules are already clear to you. Ayan. Mag-comment kayo ng mga emojis. Heart naman kayo dyan. Ayan, buhay na buhay ang ating mga JPNs. Alright. I can see that everyone is looking forward to a productive and informative program this afternoon. Worry no more because we got you. To start our event, may we now invite each of us to settle and feel the presence of the Lord for the opening prayer, to be followed by the singing of the Philippine national anthem. In the name of the Father, of the Son, of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
to toil and not to seek for rest, to labor and ask not for reward, save that of knowing that I do your most holy will. Dearest Lord, teach me to be generous. Teach me to serve you as I should. To give and not to count the cost, to fight and not to heed the wounds, to toil and not to seek for rest, to labor and ask not for reward, save that of knowing that I do your most holy will.
In the name of the Father, of the Son, of the
Mga
Holy
kababayan,
Spirit.
ang
Amen.
pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Ayan, before we proceed, let me remind everyone to stay all throughout the event since there will be a certificate for each session. Ayan, so kindly type in our chat box the word magis so that we can see if you are all ready to unleash the magis within you. Ayan, type kayo ng magis. Ayan, mukhang ready na ang mga Jeepians natin for our second ACP for today. Ayan, so allow me now to share with you the schedule for today's mini ACP. There will be two parts. The first part is the talk of the resource, while the second part is the short open forum. At this juncture, let me introduce to you our resource speaker for our second alternative class program entitled Time Management for Students in the New Normal. For our speaker this afternoon, she is an alumna of Naga City Science High School. She took Bachelor of Science in Psychology at Ateneo de Naga University and graduated cum laude with distinction in psychology and was awarded the Very Reverend Father Francis D. Burns S.J. for academic excellence. She took her 18 units of methods of teaching at Ateneo de Naga University in 2012 and earned her license as a licensed professional teacher in the same year. She also took her Master's of Education in Guidance and Counseling at Ateneo de Naga University in 2019 and earned her license as a registered guidance counselor in the same year. She is currently taking her doctorate in educational psychology at Ateneo de Naga University. Before joining the academy, she worked as a human resource and training supervisor and senior trainer in a BPO industry. She is also one of the curriculum writers in the social sciences area of SDO, Naga City. She is also a paper presenter in the recently concluded 2021 Ateneo de Naga University International Research Conference with the topic, A Measure on the Factors that Affect Motivation Among Grade 12 Students of Camarines Sur National High School in a Distance Learning Modality. She is also active in the research endeavors of SDO Naga City by being able to contribute to completed action researches and one ongoing action research. She is married and her husband is also in the academe, teaching in Bicol University College of Arts and Letters. She is also a prolific resource speaker in mental health and counseling. It is my pleasure and privilege to introduce to you our resource speaker for this afternoon, Miss Arlene R. Andes or GC. Let us give her a round of virtual applause. Good afternoon po, Miss Arlene. Hello po, Miss Arlene. No sound po.
Is this one okay?
Yes po, you are already audible.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the introduction, Gianna, and thank you for having me in your alternative class program. I will be sharing my screen, but you need to unshare the screen that's, I think it's currently cast on the screen. So I will be able to do mine. All right, thank you. All right, so here we go. Is it visible now? Can you guys see it?
Po. Yes.
Okay. All right. So thank you once again for the invite and for having me in your alternative class program. So the topic I was given is actually timely, not just for students, but for us, your teachers as well. Because time is really of the essence now that I believe we are starting, or you guys and myself included, because I'm also a student in the doctorate degree in Ateneo, in the same university. Time is really crucial for us all, especially if we are asked to submit important requirements. So the topic, once again, is not just for you, but for each and every one of us. So allow me to proceed to my next screen. In here, our goal for the session are the following. First is for us to be able to identify what are the common difficulties or problem or challenges that we are all facing concerning time management, and how do we go about performing the tasks or the requirements that we have in our respective subject in order to manage our time. And of course, let us not forget that we are also human beings. We have our other aspect, not just the academic aspect. So we have to take into account our personal aspect, our psychosocial, our spiritual aspect as well. So are we able to manage our time efficiently so that we will be able to perform our tasks when it comes to our relationship with our family, friends, etc. And of course, we are going to determine what are some of the tips that we can actually borrow or we can use to help us out in managing our time. Now, moving forward, if you look at the screen, it's a clock, and in the other parts of the drawing or around the clock, there are other pictures wherein it shows a light bulb, a calculator, which I believe you are all using, especially in your accounting subjects. And then there's a diploma and books, etc. So there are other things or other pictures that surround the clock. Hello po. Okay. So that being said, it's telling us that time is really something that we all want most. Of course, we needed time or extension in terms of completing our requirements, etc. But we use worse, actually. This is true, not just to some of the students, but to us as well, professionals. Because in most cases, we have this tendency to put off a given task. Let's say the deadline is still 2 weeks from now. So what we would normally do is, okay, I still have 2 weeks to complete the task. So I'm gonna put off the task even if I think I can do it now. So I would resort to, watching Netflix series or probably hanging out with my siblings or friends, or probably just lying on bed doing nothing, or watching whatever YouTube accounts you are following. So that being said, we actually have ample time given, but it's part of our tendency to put off a task. So I think you're familiar with where I am driving at. So the common problems that we all have when it comes to managing our time is that procrastination. We have this tendency to put off a given task. Because we're still thinking that, we still have ample time. Let's say 2 weeks time. Probably I can get the task done in like 2 days. Or probably when you are able to assess yourself that, hey, I'm very good at this subject. So, I can get this done for an hour or 2, or probably a couple of days. So 2 weeks is actually something. There are other days of the week that I can still probably relax and chill out with my friends or siblings or with my family, or probably I can just do nothing at all. I can just lie on bed, watch video clips, etc. And that being said, it's like you are underestimating that, hey, probably something will come up or something will happen, something inevitable will happen a week before the deadline, and you already put off or you already wasted the first week of the second week or the 2 weeks time you were given to accomplish a task. So if we have the tendency to underestimate the given task, or probably there are things that we did not expect that's going to happen. Let's say power interruption, or probably our common issue is the internet connection, or probably something came up. There's like an emergency which you need to attend to because it's urgent, and so you need to put off your task again. So there you are. You find yourself like a day before the deadline, and then of course you will be staying up late until wee hours in the morning accomplishing a task. And so you're gonna end up exhausted. You're gonna end up depressed or stressed at some point, because it's really depressing to see a pile of work which you have to accomplish, but then again you might be putting off a task which should be done. So there goes the problem. It's procrastination. Or probably we're just, very overly confident in our ability that, I am very good at this subject. I am acing this subject. I'm getting high marks in this subject. So, I can do it like in a day. But again, like I've mentioned earlier, we need to consider the inevitable, the emergencies. So what's gonna happen in the 2 weeks time? Probably an emergency will who knows what's going to, that's going to be very urgent that you need to attend to. So if we have the tendency to overestimate our ability, that I'm good, I'm intelligent, I have good marks, I get high marks from in this subject, so I can get this done in just a day's work, and doing something that isn't very important. So actually, because we are in a state of pandemic, self-care is important. If you're feeling tired, if the school works are actually wearing you down, it is okay to pause. Hey, I'm gonna give myself let's say 3 hours not to do school stuff. I will just be watching this Netflix series which I have been very interested in in watching. So that's okay. You give you give yourself a time off, like let's say 3 hours. But let us not forget that things need to be done, like our school works. It has to be done. You need to really find time to do it. So if you already give yourself like 3 hours time off, I think it's but okay. Like hey, I have already recharged. I'm already feeling better. I'm ready to face the ton of works that I need to accomplish. So, but if we are going to really put off the task, like from this day on to the next day on to the following day, and not really doing anything, not really taking a deliberate effort to like finish at least one activity, it's really gonna be very difficult. Believing that adrenaline rush, I think everyone is very much familiar with cramming. We tend to cram onto the last minute a task that we need to accomplish. You're not just the only person guilty here, but I guess even as professionals, if we're asked to submit a report, we tend to cram it. Like, we tend to try to finish a task, let's say in one night, and tomorrow is the deadline. Let us not forget that sometimes our internet connection is not really okay, or sometimes the power interruption, sometimes it's not really very cooperative when it comes to us finishing the task and cramming our way out to submitting the task as, let's say, the following day. Although some of our fellow students are very good when it comes to cramming, like they are able to create very good output, that's okay. You're still young. But like myself, I'm already taking my doctorate, and I'm already in my late 30s. You would feel the energy. It's not the same when you are still young. It's going to deplete your energy as you rely more on your adrenaline to help you finish out a task on a night's notice, because tomorrow is the deadline. But if I think you have read this in Facebook, that there's like a board exam top-notcher, and he mentioned that he's not like the typical student who would prepare. Like in his statement, I forgot the name, but it was in the recent board exam. If I'm not mistaken, it's the medtech board exam, and the top-notcher mentioned that he is not really very good when it comes to managing time. He has this tendency to cram. Actually, that works for him, good for him. But not all of us are very good when it comes to cramming. Sometimes we are compromising and sacrificing the quality of our output. It's just like, for the sake of being able to submit an output and to comply. But sometimes we are already neglecting the quality. Like I said, it doesn't work for all of us. Although some might be very good at it, it works for them. Well, that's their style. But let us not rely heavily on the last day notice or a night's work notice, because tomorrow is the deadline. Because like I said, it's gonna deplete your energy. It's going to wear you down, of course. In our layman's term, mapapagal ka po. So there. Believing that repeated minor delays won't hurt you. Because we are now in the state of pandemic, Ateneo has been very compassionate when it comes to, the deadline. I have experienced it myself, because I'm also a student like you, my dear students. They are very generous when it comes to deadline and commitments. But let us not forget that if we have like how many subjects enrolled this semester, and then you're gonna be putting off the tasks or the requirements of, say, 8 subjects, well, it's gonna be very difficult on your part. And aside from the fact that mentally and physically it's exhausting. Although, it's going to be very manageable perhaps to some, like I said, who are very good with cramming, but not to all. Although delays are okay, but let us not forget that if we are going to submit our assignment or the requirements like a bit late, it might give us an incomplete. If you are running for honors, let's say if you're eyeing a Latin honors when you graduate when you are already on your 5th year or 4th year, well, it's going to hurt your marks if you will be incurring an INC. And of course, in terms of the quality of output, it's going to be compromised. So it's okay to take advantage of the extension and the compassionate deadlines that we have been given. But if you have, let's say, if you're able to find time to accomplish a task and it's really something that you can do, well, it wouldn't hurt if you would start working on it right now. And the last one is always resorting to self-care. Like I said, self-care is okay. As a counselor, we're actually recommending self-care. We are encouraging everyone to find something that would make them feel okay, feel recharged, feel that they are somehow being able to feel that they're able to distress from a very stressful situation. But let us not overdo it. Too much of something is actually not good. But if we do it in moderation, to take care of ourselves, let's say, okay, I'm just gonna be pampering myself for like 1 hour, and then I'm gonna go back to my assignment and I have to review for an exam. Oh, I'm already tired. Okay, I'll take another 1 hour off. Oh, I'm already, I think I'm feeling okay. Then I'm gonna go back to my assignment and start doing it. So it's actually not like the same for every one of us because we are all unique. Let us acknowledge our individual differences. Some of us might be into binge eating, but if you overdo it, of course, you're gonna gain weight. But if that is your, let's say, a go-to relaxation after you're done with, your review and you're done with your assignment, then go ahead. But once again, let us all do the self-care activities in moderation. Because if we would always resort to doing it that, hey, I'm not feeling okay. Hey, I feel so stressed out with, the task that I need to accomplish. But you are putting off a lot of tasks already. It would all the more aggravate the already stressful situation. So self-care, again, my dear students, is okay. We're actually encouraging everyone to do it so that you would feel, you're not going to be very stressed out, and it's the task that we have now, especially we're in a state of pandemic, it's not gonna wear you down. At least you have to attend to your psychosocial aspect, your mental health for that matter. Because I believe Ateneo Guidance Center has been very good when it comes to attending to the different programs concerning self-care and mental health of the students. So that being said, it's actually okay. But let us never forget that we have a goal in mind to earn for those who are taking accountancy, to get that license. For those who are enrolled under allied courses and accountancy, of course, you have to graduate. And for those who have been performing and then getting high marks, if you're aiming for the Latin honors, of course, you have to get the job done, to get things done. But let us not forget that the other aspect of our being human, your psychosocial, of course, your personal, your spiritual aspect. It's not just purely on academic. That is why we are encouraging everyone to attend attend to them, attend to, to the things that can help you feel better, your self-care. So there goes it. The problem, there are actually a lot, but it's going to be, it's encapsulated in one word, and that's procrastination. That's actually our common problem when it comes to time management. Is that correct? Can I have like a show of hand in your chat box if we are on the same page that procrastination is actually our common problem when it comes to managing our time? Can I have a show of hands in your, yes ma'am, of course. Even as professionals, my dear student, that's actually our number one problem. Because human as we are, we have our needs, right? Our needs to bond with our friends, with our siblings, with our family members. That's normal. That's okay. Like, mama, pagal na ako mag-review. Pagal na akong mag-study. Can I have like a time off? Magne-Netflix ako, series. I mean, if you're watching All of Us Are Dead, I think you already watched that. Or whatever Netflix series you're into, go ahead. It's not gonna do you any harm. It would make you feel recharged and better. This is our common enemy. But my dear student, to tell you what, I have been on my last leg of the race of being of my academic journey. I'm taking my PhD. This is the last leg of the race. But tell you what, procrastination is something that we really cannot do away with. Well, that makes us human, having a shared experience of putting off a task, but never ever forget your goal. It's something that would put you back on track. What is your goal? Why are you enrolled in accountancy when in fact it's a very difficult course to take, or in the other allied courses of accountancy, which is equally difficult course to take? Because you have something that you wanted to accomplish, right? So, that being said, we really have to get back on track. So, what do we do? Here's how. I actually listed some of the tips, but there's no hard and fast rules on how we do away with procrastination, because like I said, I am already on the last leg of my academic journey. Yet again, I do procrastinate at times, but I am always reminded by my sticky notes that, hey, wake up at this hour, you need to study, you need to read the academic journals, etc., etc. Apart from the fact that I'm a full-time teacher as well. So, even if the task is very difficult, very challenging, let us not forget the goal that you have in mind. So, Alan Lakin said that we need to work smarter, not harder. So, we need to set realistic goals. Let's say, for example, your professor gave you like 2 weeks. Let's say the task was given, say, on Monday. Tapos, the deadline is gonna be Friday of next week. So technically, you have like 2 weeks, to get the things or to work on your assignment. You need to set realistic goals. So let's say for example, there are like 3 activities that you need to work on in that given subject. I think you have to work on the activity first that you think you are interested in doing muna. You start first with that, and in the manner or the level of difficulty, you start muna with, you think which among the activity you find easy. Dun ka na muna. And then when you're done with that activity, you would notice na, I'm already done with the first activity. So pat on your back. Don't forget to reward yourself. It's one way to motivate yourself na, okay, I have 2 more activities to do. Or if you are a very creative person, perhaps you can use sticky notes. You put like a heart or whatever caricature you want to put on a let's say, activity, that if you're able to finish that, at least you can see, there's like a visual representation na, tapos na ako dito sa activity ito. And if you're done with the second activity, all the more it's going to motivate you na, I have to finish pa the next activity. So when am I going to do that? Sige, I'll give my time. Like siguro itong day na to, let's say today is a Monday, so tomorrow I have like I don't have like asynchronous class, so it's our asynchronous session kunwari. And so I'm gonna give myself 2 hours Netflix time. So sige, buelo. But after that, okay, balik na naman ako. I have another task to accomplish. So you do this and you do that. So what I'm trying to drive at here is to set a realistic goal. But you have to start muna with something na you find easy to do, and in terms of the difficulty, you get to accomplish yung pinakamahirap. Ano po? Kasi if you look at your game board, let's say your activity board, kung if you are into art, if you're artistic, or kung naka-calendar ka, if you're using your phone, or whatever it is that you're using to remind you of the to-do list that you have to work on, and if you see na marami ng check, it's a pat on your back. It's an accomplishment. So, what I'm trying to say here is to reward yourself with everything that you are accomplishing. And in that way, in extrinsic man itong motivation, at least you're able to finish the task. Realistically, you're able to accomplish all these tasks. So, eto na, sinabi ni Alan Lakin, let us not work harder. Let us work smarter. Let us develop a strategy to help us get the job done. Kasi it is really very enjoying na kapag you get to see your game board na, marami ng check. I think I am going to have a day off from all my academic tasks. So I can go out with my friends, with my rant buddies, mag-rant kayo ng mag-rant, chill out with your friends, kasi tapos ka na. Kasi yung nag-enjoy ka muna, chill, tas ma-realize mo, shucks, brown out pala. Sabi ni Kasureko, there's like, a post on Facebook na, there's gonna be a power interruption. And sometimes Kasureko is, there's like a sudden interruption, power interruption that is unexpected. And here you are, probably siguro nagka-cram ka na, you were not able to save the document you are working on, talagang masakit sa ulo yon. So let us work smarter, not harder. I cannot give you like a definite strategy. You are going to discover it yourself. But what I'm trying to say, what I've mentioned earlier, that's actually the strategy that worked for me. Up until now, you need to have like a checklist. And then when you see everything is already ticked with a check, it's worth saying na you are able to get the job done. So I deserve a reward. Siguro if if you really want to challenge yourself more, the reward can be something that would really propel you to perform better. Let's say a reward pwedeng it could be a phone or what have you, or a deal that you have with your parents when you get like this kind of grade. Nasa sa inyo po yon. So moving on, the Swiss cheese approach. I think some of you are already familiar with this one. So dito sa Swiss cheese approach, when you find yourself with some free time, gawin mo paunti-unti. Paunti-unti. Ano po? Wag naman nating biglain. Kasi I know kapag nabigla ka, tired na ako, exhausted. I'm already very exhausted. And then, mentally and physically, it already weared you. I mean, it's wearing you down already. So, tatamarin ka na. But, if you do it piece by piece, unti-unti. Muna yung kaya mo, like I mentioned earlier, what do you find interesting, what do you find is easy for you, then do it first. And then in a manner of difficulty, panghuhuli natin yung medyo mahirap. Kasi it's going to take so much of your time. Kaya you start from a very difficult task. Sobrang ang daming oras na kinain. sayang yung oras mo. You start muna with, alam mong gusto mo to, interested ka dito, kaya mo to, and then you only have like, say, one very difficult task left. Ano po? And block out a specific time to accomplish a task. Alam ko, some of you are night person, some of you are day person. So, it's up to you kung saan ka mas productive, mas saan gumagana yung ating mental capacity to process and to analyze the assignments given to us. It's up to you. Like I said, there's no hard and fast rules or techniques for us to be able to combat procrastination, but these are just some of the helpful tips that we can use or we can adopt. Next one, the Eisenhower matrix. How do we do this? It's from Dwight Eisenhower, if you know him, the US president. Tama ba? Okay, yeah, the Dwight, actually, he fought, he's a general, he fought in the World War II. So Dwight Eisenhower came up with this matrix. So there's like four quadrants, as you can see. First quadrant, do it. It's, the urgent. So ako, may I share, in the subjects I am taking, I have like a note that I put on every art, in the reading materials that we need to read because we have a lot of academic journals to read. I put like a color code. Siyempre sa mga babae siguro, it's okay with you, but for the guys, you have different way of doing things. So, I put like a color code. Pag red, it's like urgent. Talagang, ayos sa gusto mo, gawin mo to because, it's urgent. I need to get this done. And then the second quadrant is schedule it, not so urgent, or whatever color you want, let's say a blue or a yellow or a pink, nasa sa inyo yon. And hello. And 3, delegate it. So let's say for example, ano bang maisip natin? Tasks that need to be done but do not require special skill. Let's say for example, kasi we are in the work from home arrangement. Kayo naman ay, yes, you are study from home arrangement. So let's say for example, urgent itong gagawin mo. You need to finish this because the deadline is gonna be on Wednesday next week. So you have to really find time to do it. Pero sa Tuesday, nautusan kang magbayad ng kasoreko bill o kaya ng nawasa bill ni mama o papa mo. Pero you have to do the things, you really need to find time to get your assignments done. You can probably ask, oy ate, can you do the errand for me? Because I really cannot go out right now. I have to finish my assignment. Or you can ask, mama, pwedeng wag na muna ako ngayon ang magbabayad ng kasoreko o ng nawasa bill kasi it's going to eat up my time kasi I have to probably go to 2 different branches, or pwedeng you can go to SM, but the queue, there's a very long queue, mahaba ang pila, kakainin yung oras ko, sayang ng time. You can just delegate it. Ano po? Number 4, delete it. Distractions. Ito yung medyo mahirap, to be honest. Ano po? Lalo na kapag if you're studying with your phone, nag-aaral tayo, and beside us is our cell phone. Notification, tunog-tunog, ting, ting, ting. Ay, may Twitter, tunog-tunog. And then, mamalayan natin, I have been spending 30 minutes reading the post of my classmate and reacting to the post. So, well, that's distraction. But you know what, my dear students, it's going to take a deliberate effort not to be distracted. Mahirap siya, that I tell you, kasi ako din. But you need to make a deliberate effort to put your phone on mute kapag you are really attending to a very urgent na task na kailangan mong i-submit. Kasi if you don't do it, well, kakainin talaga yung oras natin. So, this is the matrix that Eisenhower suggested. So, we have like 3 techniques already. So, it's up to you if which among the techniques work for you. Kasi like I said, individual differences. We have different ways of doing things. So there's actually no rules or hard and fast rules to help us combat procrastination, but there are tips that can help us get by just fine and accomplish our tasks. So, yan, yung example na binigay ko kanina. So, that's the Eisenhower matrix. So, yan, urgent. Nasa sa inyo yun. You can do color coding or whatever works for you to help you identify what needs to be done first. I think if all of us are using Google Classroom, diba? Even in grad school, we're using Google Classroom. So, in Google Classroom, diba, there's like a notification of the deadline that we need to submit, and there's like a time and a date that comes with it. So, it's a good reminder. Para it's going to really remind you. You can sync or you can use your phone with an alarm to keep you on track. Ano yung kailangang tapusin? Ano po? That's one of the features of Google Classroom. It's going to help us. And then not urgent, ito, the things na you can put off muna, wag na munang gawin, pwede namang gawin tomorrow or the following day. And ito, not important, like you have to delegate it. The task at home, pwedeng kapatid muna, ate pasalo, ikaw na muna gumawa nito. I'm attending to a very important assignment. And then of course distraction. There are so many distractions, but again, it's going to take a deliberate and conscious effort to help us not be distracted with all these distractions. So to end my session, it's very brief, but I hope you're able to really learn from the different tips that I have shared with you. From John Michael Morgan, he said that there are no time management problems, only priority management problems. I think I agree to what he said, that this is really our problem, because procrastination is something that we cannot do away with. Even, like I said, even professionals are doing it. But let us not forget our goal. What is it really that you wanted to have? What is your goal? Why are you taking accountancy? Why are you taking CMA or the other allied courses in accountancy? Why are you enrolled in Ateneo? You have a goal in mind. So you need to sort your priorities to help you manage your time well. So thank you very much, Ateneans. These are my references.
Ayan, thank you very much po, Ma'am Arlene, for that very relevant and informative talk. Timeless and timely indeed. I really can relate po, and guilty somehow of procrastinating despite my hectic schedule. But at the same time, through your discussion po, I have been reminded how important it is to prioritize things, what matters the most, and stay focused on my goals. Also, it is so important to know how to balance hard work and rest. Everything is good, but in moderation. Ayan, thank you very much po again, Ma'am Arlene. We will now open the floor for comments and questions for our speaker if you have any. So we encourage you to participate in our open forum. Feel free to ask necessary and relevant questions related to our talk earlier. To facilitate our open forum, if you have any questions, kindly click the raise hand button and wait for your name to be called before unmuting to speak. Or you can also use the chat box to send your questions. Do not forget to state your name, your year level, and course, and I will read them for you so that Ma'am Arlene can address it. Okay lang po ba yun, Ma'am Arlene? Thank you po. Ayan, mukhang may mag-share na ng kanyang insights. May I call on Ms. Precious Nina Y. Apuya, a second-year BS Accountancy student, to share her insights regarding the talk earlier. Hi, Ate Precious.
Hello, G. And hi po, Ma'am Arlene. Good afternoon po. And good afternoon, everyone po sa meet na ito. And dun sa mga nakakita sa akin kanina, medyo nag-ayos ako na. Anyway, first of all, thank you po, Ma'am Arlene, for the very timely pun intended, very timely and medyo nakakapatamang session for this afternoon because really not only professionals, not only students, really each and every one of us would have been guilty or is probably guilty right now of procrastinating, especially with with several overwhelming tasks or other commitments po. And I was really intrigued by how you delivered your session, particularly with the different tips such as the Eisenhower method. Also, there was a mention of the Swiss cheese method, or some would call it sandwich method, and also those prioritizing the easiest task, etc., etc. And this is coming from a point of view of a student also. Now, there are really different ways of combating procrastination. There are different techniques. And even now, there are different applications. Medyo magigig out pa ako dito because this is my cup of tea actually. There are different applications. There are Notion, we have Google Calendar, we have the different techniques, we have this Pomodoro method and all those stuff. However, what happens po, I'm sure most of us would also relate, is meron po tayong sinaset na alarm. Let's say, for example, 8 a.m. or 8 p.m., I'm going to do this task. Tapos, pag nakitang 8:04 na, okay, 8:30, final na. Up until na, hindi na nagagawa yung task. And then, parang napagtatanto natin, oh, this is not a technique for me. Let me try Pomodoro method instead. Na nag-set po ng timer na 50 minutes work, 10 minutes rest. Na nangyayari po is 10 minutes work and 15 minutes rest. And then up until na parang nagsuspiral na po sa frustration na why can't I do this task? Why can't I do all those tasks? Why am I cramming at the very last minute when I know na may deadlines, na may ample time given? So I guess po, one takeaway na nakita ko po sa session na ito is that procrastination really, and this was mentioned in the last part of your presentation, that procrastination is not a time management problem indeed. But for me, I would like to add po na procrastination is indeed not a time management problem, but it could also be considered as an emotion regulation problem. Somehow, it depends on how we perceive a particular task, especially if we see a task to be very overwhelming. Say, for instance, procrastinate because, oh my gosh, I'm going to prepare for this big time. Tapos, nang malaman nyo, oh my gosh, 2 days na lang pala, magpe-present na ako, deadline na ng chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, etc. So, I guess po, that is also something na na-realize ko in this seminar. And at the same time po, when you introduce those different tips, kagaya po na sinabi ko kanina, I'm going to geek out na there are really different techniques na we could use. However po, come with that, and considering na online then, there is also a rise of different, aside from different techniques, we have this different study vloggers, we have this different influencers who tend to show how aesthetically pleasing and how they are really able to manage their time effectively. And somehow it puts a dampen on us na parang nagpro-procrastinate na, hala, paano nila nagagawa yun? Hindi ko pa nga matapos itong simple assignment na ito. And this is where I'm going to lead po my question / theory for you po, ma'am. Considering how we have different techniques and different also problems, especially in how we approach our tasks, how can we not be overwhelmed po by these tasks? Kasi we can't say na tanggalin natin yung task because we do have different commitments. Hindi natin pwedeng sabihin na decision ako, hindi ko na yan gagawin. Bahala na si sir, bahala na si ma'am. So how can we not be overwhelmed po in all those tasks, and especially those na may iba't ibang commitments? And secondly po, how could we how could we have a better mindset in terms of procrastination, na we tend to beat ourselves up over procrastinating? Na minsan sinasabi natin na, ay, dahil nag-procrastinate ako, dapat the next day 24 hours ako mag-work. So how could we better approach procrastination po in that sense? So that would be all for me po. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Precious, that's a very comprehensive insight for the session we had. We're still having today. So to answer your first question, I really like the words or the phrase you used concerning emotional regulation. Actually, let me answer your question using emotional regulation because the course that you are engaging in right now is actually very difficult. And now that you're enrolled in Ateneo, it's equally difficult. And there are tasks that you need to work on because these are the subjects or the requirements you have in your subject would help you in your professional life once you graduate. Or if you're eyeing that license, it would really help you get that license after you graduate. Now, if we are overwhelmed with a given task, of course, we need to acknowledge. Grabe, ang dami. Parang ano ba to, patayan ito, wala nang bukas, ang daming gagawin. Acknowledge your frustration na ang dami naman. You need to acknowledge that emotion. And once it hits you na, oo nga naman, parang I really have to do this because ito yung nakalagay sa syllabus. It is stated in the course description that these are the competencies that I need to acquire after or once I'm done taking the subject. So, I think the task na binigay naman ni Prof is, well, it's actually something reasonable. Although, yung bigat is sobrang bigat. So, let us not do away with acknowledging our emotion na talagang overwhelmed ka. But, we have to look at the realistic aspect of, why are these or why these kind of requirements were given. Sobrang dami. We have to look at the course description. These are the competencies that I need to have. And it would really help us manage our emotion in such a way that it would help us rethink of what we are feeling na talagang nakaka-overwhelm ito, sandali, hindi ko to kayang gawin, etc. But if we take a look at a very realistic approach to what we are feeling, we will be able to have a realization na, okay, the reason why these tasks were given is because when I'm done with the subject, I need to be this and that. These are the competencies that Ateneo is inculcating in me and that I need to acquire the moment I am done with, a research subject. I have to be adept at the nuances and technicalities of research. That is why these are the overwhelming tasks I was given. That's to answer your first question. Again, first one, you need to recognize your emotion. You need to honor your frustration. You need to honor your other negative emotions that came with you being overwhelmed with the so madaming task na binigay ni Prof. But let us check the realistic approach. Although it's easier said than done, that I'm telling you. Madali siyang sabihin para sa akin. But I am using this based on my experience being a student myself. Katulad nyo, that I am really overwhelmed when I see the requirements of my professor because I'm enrolled currently in 2 research subjects. Overwhelming talaga siya. Like, I am looking at the requirements and shoot, paano ko to gagawin? Ang dami naman. Apart from me being a full-time teacher, I have other commitments as well. But the moment that I recognize my emotion na, okay, sige, kalma, tignan natin, what could be the reason why the professor gave us all these requirements? So I read again the course description. I once again look at the syllabus. Ano yung gustong mangyari sa akin ni Ateneo? Okay, it dawned on me na, kaya pala. But I have to accomplish this. Alam ko mahirap to, but I have to accomplish this. Ang tawag doon, my dear students, is cognitive reframing. we need to regulate our emotion. Yes, it's easier said than done. But if we try to reframe our cognition in such a way na ang dami nakakalula. And like I said earlier, if we would help ourselves be reminded by the very reason why we enrolled in this course, it would somehow help us in accomplishing the many tasks that were given to us. Now, to answer the second question, nakaka-overwhelm, how do we manage, these tasks? Alam ko madali para sa aking magsabi ha, but like I said, same experience tayo na pinagdadaanan ngayon. I am also a student myself. Lagi kong iniisip sa sarili ko, yes, nakaka-overwhelm. It's really overwhelming. The moment I look at my Google Classroom with all the ano yung mga gagawin and the deadlines that come with it, wow, as in wow. But the moment I recognize that emotion, I would resort to looking at a different perspective. Sandali, nobody forced me to enroll in the course that I am taking right now. And I have been dreaming of being an educational psychologist when I graduate. And similarly rin ata sa inyo, all of you are dreaming to graduate, and for those who wanted to earn the license, you would want to have that license. But I would say the journey is never easy. Emotionally exhausting, mentally exhausting, but if you have the goal in mind, no matter the difficulty, no matter the challenges, no matter the heartaches and the stressful situation we find ourselves in, it would always take us back to where we started and why we wanted it in the first place, and would help us get to where we really wanted the moment we're done accomplishing our task. So I hope I was able to answer your question, Precious. And thank you for asking the question.
Thank you po, ma'am, for that. Indeed po na we really need to first acknowledge our emotions, because if we're unable to acknowledge our emotion and just go straight head on to all those tasks, we would be losing our way and somehow not accomplishing what we wanted to do in the very first place. Thank you for that very comprehensive rin po na response to my queries.
Ayan. Thank you so much po, Ma'am Arlene and Ate Precious, for that wonderful conversation. So, ayan, very insightful talaga and informative and helpful in the same time. So, ayan. For our second sharer po, let me give the platform to Ms. Angela P. Rigondola, a first-year BS Accountancy student, to share her insights regarding the talk earlier. Hello po, Ms. Angela. Good afternoon.
Hi, can you hear me po? Hi,
Yes,
can you hear
po.
me? Okay. Yeah, thank you. Firstly, ma'am, thank you for sharing us your thoughts and sharing us like your methods in like countering procrastination. Like, kasi lahat naman nga tayo guilty in procrastinating, especially me. I think procrastinating has been part of my life since I was like junior high school, and it's a very like bad habit na nadala ko pa siya hanggang college. And kasi nga ma'am, sabi mo nga po kanina na it's like a person needs extra effort in terms of like countering procrastination, especially if like madali kang ma-distract. Like I'm a type of person who is easily been distracted. Like if nagbabasa ako in the middle of that, biglang may nag-utos sa akin, or like may tumunog sa notification, may tumunog sa notification ko. Like it would really be hard for me to like get back kung saan ako like last nagbasa sa libro na binabasa ko, or even like yung feeling na parang at this hour like motivated akong masyado like para matapos na yung task ko, and then kapag nasa middle na ako ng pagbabasa, mawawalan ako ng gana to do it. That's why nagre-resort na lang ako sa mga things na gusto kong gawin, like browsing internet or my social media or whatnot. That's why it's really really hard for me um to counter this kind of like procrastinating, and very hard siya kasi kahit na sa mga, lalo na ngayon na college ka, na meron ka ng mga like marami na yung mga major subjects na needed to prioritize, and especially meron din po akong mga orgs na sinalihan. So in terms of time management, I think nakakaya ko naman po pagsabayin lahat-lahat. I just like, siguro ngayon ang kaya ko lang gawin is to think kung alin yung kaya kong i-prioritize for now, and yung mga gawain later sa ko na lang isipin. Yun yung kaya ko palang gawin ngayon. But of course, I'm still open for methods or things to do. I'm very open for ideas that could help me in terms of battling this kind of mindset or this kind of thing that I'm doing in terms of procrastinating po talaga, kasi it's really really bad. Though natatapos ko naman yung gawain ko, but it's much better if natatapos ko siya ng maaga, kasi mas kaya ko pa siyang i-polish, or what if kaya ko pa pala siyang like pahabain pa, or kaya ko pa siyang pagandahin, ganun. And so very risky siya, and I really need to maximize my time well, and I'm very aware of it. I think that I could agree with what you have said a while ago, ma'am, that you need to acknowledge first that nahihirapan ka na. You need to acknowledge first as well na nagpo-procrastinate ka. Dapat aware ka na nagpo-procrastinate ka, just for you to like stop yourself from doing it at the moment. So I felt like the biggest thing that you could work on is self-discipline. Because if you really discipline yourself in like procrastinating or like wasting your time instead of doing the things that you need to do, I think that it could help us battling this procrastination, and could help us to manage our time well. So yun po. I really appreciate your talk po, ma'am. I actually take notes ko po yung mga methods na binigay mo, kasi though yung some of them have na-try ko na po, but yung iba na-try ko ulit. So like trial and error lang siya, and kapag nasasobrahan na yung mga task ko, ang gagawin ko na lang is iisipin ko na lang na ginusto mo to, pinasok mo tong course na to, so kung nahihirapan ka ngayon, kasalanan mo yan. So nandito ka naman na, so pagigihan mo na yung pag-aaral mo, kasi ikaw naman yung pumili, ikaw naman yung nagdesisyon, choose mo naman yan, so deal with it. So yun po, ma'am. I think it's all about our mindset, it's all about self-discipline, and on how we discipline ourselves to parang wag sobrahan yung time for like self-care, kasi we need to allocate our time well, kasi hindi po naman natin ikayang i-pause yung oras para lang mag-YouTube tayo or manood tayo ng mga TikTok or whatnot. Kasi gumagalaw po yung oras, so nasasayang yung oras natin if hindi natin gagawin yung task natin on hand. So thank you po for those, and this is my insight. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Sorry, di ko mabasa. Angela. Okay, kapangalan mo yung pinsan ko, nag-graduate din sa accountancy 2 years ago. Anyway, I like what you said, na andito ka naman lang. Sana lahat ma-inspire sa sinabi mo, na andito ka naman lang, panindigan mo na. Walang pumilit na mag-enroll ka dito. Ginusto mo to, tapusin mo to. And you know what, my dear students? The reward is really sobrang dami. When you're done with your Ateneo education and talagang trinabaho mo ito, masasabi mo pag nag-graduate ka, Atenista ako, natapos ko yung hirap ng pagiging Atenista at ito yung kurso ko. So, it's more than, the journey that you're having right now is actually going to help you become a better person. And the competencies na binibigay sa atin ni Ateneo, along with us learning the subject, ay talagang makakatulong when you graduate. Right now, sasabihin mo talagang, wow, nakakapagod, overwhelming. But tell you what, when you graduate and you become a professional, you will be very grateful for the journey that Ateneo has given you. And actually, I can tell this from my experience because as you can see in the introduction, I have been with Ateneo since baccalaureate up until now in my doctorate degree, and I am grateful for the experience. So I hope everyone from your class would be inspired with what you said, na andito ka na, tapusin mo, ipagpatuloy mo. Let us not forget to take care of ourselves, but again, do not forget your goal. Kung third year ka na, first year ka na, naumpisahan mo, tapusin mo yan. Kaya nyo yan, guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much po, Ma'am Arlene and Miss Angela for that very insightful sharing. And ayun, remind ko lang talaga everyone, padayon at pahuway. Ayan. Laban lang tayo pero wag nating kakalimutang magpahinga. Ayan. Miss Arlene, may questions pa po tayo dito from our JPians. Ayan. From Karen Andrea de los Santos, second year BS Accountancy student, what can you advise to those students who somehow feel guilty when it comes to allocating their time for rest instead of continuing their tasks? What can you suggest to them so they wouldn't feel the same way again and instead focus on prioritizing rest if necessary?
Okay, so thank you, Gianna, for the question. And what's the name of nung nagtanong nga ulit?
Karen po.
Karen. Okay, so Karen, to answer your question, babalikan ko yung sinabi kanina ni Precious. Mag-uumpisa tayo sa emotional regulation. Let us always recognize yung pakiramdam na nakakapagod naman ito, ang dami naman, nakaka-overwhelm, etc. Because the moment you recognize that emotion, it would help us process, sandali, ano yung kaya kong gawin muna. Ano muna yung kaya kong umpisahan? Dito muna ako. And once I am done working on this, itong natapos ko, I think I can proceed to the next one up until I'm done with the assignment. It's all but a matter of choice. Kaya sabi nga kanina, time management is actually not our problem. It's priority management. Because it would all boil down to a deliberate choice. Ginusto mo yan. Ano po? So, if you really choose in doing na, sandali, wait lang, TikTok, wait lang, YouTube, wait lang, Netflix, ito na muna accounting subjects ko. Ginusto mo, magagawa mo. But, if you are not conscious with yourself, it's not a conscious and deliberate choice, mahihirapan ka talaga. Kasi lagi nating sisisihin, kasi ang ganda-ganda nung Netflix series na pinanood ko. Kasi ito naman si kapatid ko, nanonood ng YouTube, na-curious ako, di nakipanood na din ako. We are not owning up to our own mistakes. We're not taking accountability of what we're doing. But, the moment we realize and make a deliberate and conscious effort and choice na sandali, tama na, napaunrahan sa Bicol, napaunrahan ko na ang sadiri ko na 3 hours nagbabad sa YouTube, Netflix, TikTok. Wait lang, may assignment pala na ako sa accounting subjects ko. Kung tukawan ko naman si accounting subjects ko para at least may matapos ako. So once again, my dear students, it's a deliberate and conscious choice. Yan po ang rason for us to know what really are priorities natin. So yan po. Thank you.
Ayan, thank you so much po for that, Ma'am Arlene. So ayan, for the next question, we have a question from Miss Rian O. Watimore, a second year BS Accountancy student. So here's the message po. First and foremost, thank you so much, Ma'am Arlene, for sharing your time and giving us tips in managing our time in the new learning setup. I have a question po. How can you tell whether what you are doing is a productive use of your time, or is it only about the number of tasks done?
Okay, good question. How can you tell if what you're doing is productive? I think if we are focusing on the academic aspect of the task we're doing, I can truly say that it's productive. Kasi kailangan nating mag-submit. But if we feel na we have been spending so much time on Facebook and it's really eating up our time and you're not accomplishing anything, That's really one way to tell us na you're not being productive. But if that's your way of relaxing, kasi kakatapos mo lang trabahuhin yung assignment mo in your accounting subject, and then here you are finding yourselves checking Facebook posts, etc., and it's like an hour now of doing that, and somehow it's relaxing and somehow nadi-distress ka. Well, I can say that's a productive task. Pero if it's done like, for the entire day, tas wala kang nagawa, puro ka lang Facebook, that's unproductive. So, yan po.
Thank you so much po. And for the last question, we have a question from Miss Ella Uyuvero, a first-year BS accountancy student. How do we know when to stop? In the context of hustling, should we cut off commitments to help salvage our mental health, or should we still continue in the pursuit of success?
Okay, very good question actually. How do we stop? When do we stop? Who would tell us to stop? It's ourselves. Tayo. When do we stop? Tayo po. If you feel na, wait lang, I'm already exhausted. I have been like devoting 3 hours on this journal article and talagang hindi ko na siya magets. Like, pagod na yung utak ko. That's a good way to tell you na, tama na, stop. And probably relax ka lang, pahinga ka muna, grab something to eat, or probably you can switch off your laptop or kung anong ginagamit mo, your cellphone, pahinga ka muna, manood ka muna ng TV, change your environment. Ano po, para maka-recharge ka. And between mental health and commitment, because I'm a mental health advocate, I would always say, focus on your mental health. Pero, it's not gonna be rewarding naman if nasobrahan ka ng self-care tapos spending yung commitment mo. Where's the fun in that? Wala, 'di ba? Kasi sayang sana pala binalikan ko yung output tapos pinaganda ko yung output, mas mataas sana yung marka ko. Kasi po, it's always be a balance of everything. Too much of something is not actually good. There has to be moderation. Strike a balance between your mental health care, your self-care, and your commitment. Kasi una sa lahat, babalikan ko yung sinabi nung si Angela ba yun? Na andito ka, panindigan mo na, tapusin mo to, mahirap, yes, pero it's your bragging rights. Graduate ako, BSA, CMA, anumang allied courses, at tinista ako. Napagdaanan ko ang hirap ng kursong ito. This is something I can be proud of sa sarili ko. And it's going to help you boost your self-esteem and your confidence po. So yan, to answer your question.
Ayan, thank you so much, Ma'am Arlene. I guess that's it. Once again, thank you very much, Ma'am Arlene, and to those who actively participated in our open forum. And as much as we would like to entertain your questions, we only have limited time for the open forum. But don't you worry, because you can send us your concerns on our JPIA Facebook page, and we will forward it to Ma'am Arlene. Ayon po. Now that we have come to the end of the program, we hope that we have all learned something from this mini ACP and have been inspired or challenged to use our skills and talents and get involved in programs and advocacies that would impact on people empowerment and social development. Also, let me remind everyone to kindly fill out the attendance form, and the link can be found in the chat box. The form will be closed in 10 minutes. To show our gratitude for Miss Arlene 𝐷𝙤𝙤𝙤 for her time and effort, we now present the Certificate of Appreciation with a citation. Ateneo de Naga University College of Business and Accountancy Junior Philippine Institute of Accountants awards the Certificate of Appreciation to Arlene 𝐷𝙤𝙤𝙤 in grateful recognition of her expertise and service as resource speaker in the mini alternative class program entitled Time Management for Students in the New Normal, held on February 4, 2022. Given this 4th of February 2022, signed by Joel H. Gogola, DBA CPA Accountancy Department Chairperson, J. I. Avila, MSA CPA Allied Accounting Courses Department Chairperson, and Dr. Anne Marie F. Bagajon, in accountancy. Ayan. Thank you so much po once again, Miss Arlene, 𝑅𝐸𝐴C. This mini alternative class program will not be possible without your presence. Once again, let us all give her a round of virtual applause. Ayan. Thank you so much po, ma'am. Before we end this activity, please be reminded to fill out the evaluation forms by clicking the link in our chat box so that we know that we can improve our next activities. With that, we are looking forward to your active participation in our upcoming activities and events. If you have any other concerns and questions that you are too shy or hesitant to raise earlier in our open forum, please do not hesitate to send us a message on our official Facebook page, JPA ADNU, so that we can address your concerns. Before anything else, let us take this time to have a photo opportunity. We encourage you to open your cameras for the documentation. Ate Zai?
Hello po. Let's just wait for the others to open their cameras.
Ma'am, thank you po.
Thank you po. Thank you din. Sana may natutunan kayo. Ay, mga former students ko. Hello!
+5 kami, ma'am, sa pilo. Joke lang, ma'am.
Join kayo yung next. He's actually
kami sa pilo, ma'am.
Yung next ACP nyo is a very good topic. It's actually my first cousin and, you know, it's a very good topic. And when I check your invite, very interesting. So I hope all of you will attend the session next.
I guess everyone is ready. So we have 2 windows. Let's start with the first one. Smile. 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay, second window. 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay. Waki naman po. First window. 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay, second window. 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay, thank you.
All right, that's it. Thank you very much po. We hope that you actually gained insights and new learning from our mini alternative class program with the topic time management for students in the new normal. This ends our program and thank you for being with us. It has been an amazing afternoon with you all guys. And once again, this is 𝐾𝐡𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻, now signing off. Thank you so much po again, Ma'am Arlene, and have a great day.
Good afternoon, JPians na nandito sa Meet ngayon at pati na rin sa YouTube. We are thrilled to see you here this afternoon. Buhay pa ba kayo dyan? Now that we are down to our last mini ACP for today, I hope that everyone is still doing fine. But before that, let's just wait for the others in a few minutes and we will begin the program already. While waiting, we would like to acknowledge the presence of Mr. Mark Joseph A. Euste, Sir Joey Gogola, Ma'am Jodeline Salcedo, and our professors na nanonood sa YouTube. Thank you for being here with us this afternoon despite your hectic schedule. Once again, good afternoon, legendary people of JPIA. It is my pleasure to welcome you to our mini alternative class program or ACP with the topic Simple Guide in Choosing the Next Leaders of Our Country and Common Policies During the Election Period, as part of our first virtual accountancy and allied accounting courses celebration with the theme Braving the Waves in the New Normal. I am Pauline Ilavapia, a first-year BS accountancy student, and I will be your host for this afternoon's event. Before we get started, I'd like to go over our house rules so that proper etiquette will be observed. First, to minimize distraction, please remain muted for the entire program proper to avoid distracting your fellow participants. Second, although not required, we encourage you guys to open your cameras for the duration of the program. However, we understand if you're unable to do so due to an unstable internet connection. You are also requested to be in the Zoom room until the end of the activity because e-certificates will be given to those who will finish the entire session and accomplish the evaluation form. We will provide the link for the evaluation form at the end of the session. 3. Make sure to put your Zoom names according to the format given for attendance checking. Your Zoom name should include your school ID number, last name, and your first name. 4th, also, we encourage you guys to actively participate in our open forum that will be done later. And of course, lastly, let's enjoy the program as we learn and gain new insights today. So everyone, now that's out of the way, send some emojis or click any of the reaction buttons in our Zoom chat if our house rules are already clear to you. Ayan, so nakikita kong mga nagko-comment ng heart. Thank you very much, everyone. All right, like I can see that everyone is looking forward to a productive and informative program this afternoon. Worry no more because we got you. To start our event, may we now invite each of us to settle and feel the presence of the Lord for the opening prayer. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Dearest Lord, teach me to be generous. Teach me to serve you as I should. To give and not to count the cost. To fight and not to heed the wounds. To toil and not to seek for rest. To labor and ask not for reward. Save that of knowing that I do your most holy will. Dearest Lord, teach me to be generous. Teach me to serve you as I should. To give and not to count the cost. To fight and not to to heed the words, to toil and not to seek for rest, to labor and ask not for reward, save that of knowing that I do your most holy will.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Okay, now that we are all settled, I'd like to check in with you guys. Kindly type in the chat box the word magis so that we can see if you're all ready to unleash the magis within. Ayan, daming nag-comment ng magis. Ready na talaga ang mga JPians. So now, allow me to share with you the schedule of today's mini ACP. There will be two parts. The first part is the talk of the resource, while the second part is the short open forum. Our speaker for this afternoon is currently an instructor at the University of the Philippines, 𝘵𝐻, a former alumni ambassador, and a teacher fellow at Teach for the Philippines. He took Bachelor of Arts in Political Science at Ateneo de Naga University and graduated cum laude. Currently, he is taking up his master's degree in sociology at the University of the Philippines, 𝘵𝐻. In 2018, he earned his license as a professional teacher and in 2017, passed the civil service examination professional level. He was also engaged in professional development, namely Leadership for Social Impact Program Level 2, Leading Innovation for Social Impact, November 2019, Level 3 Public Policy Management, Teach for the Philippines Leadership Training Sessions, and 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. He was one of the national finalists, 56 search for the 10 outstanding students of the Philippines, a recipient of Archbishop Pedro P. Santos Gold Medallion Award Achievement Award. Additionally, he is an awardee of the Social Sciences Department Best Thesis. He was also a University Honors President's List and College Honors during his college years, a Grand Prize winner, the 𝐲𝐻 Prize 2016 Innovation for Inclusion, Committee Chairman, 𝐾𝐚 Students Leaders Congress. He was also a delegate of the following: 11th Aboitiz Future Leaders Business Summit, Philippine Model Congress 2014 and 2015, 2015 International Youth Fellow World Camp Korea Lead Like Jessie Youth Training Program, and a City Youth Official, City Youth Officials Program 2014. In 2020, he was granted of Academy of Political Management 2020 Batch 9, Friedrich Ebert Stiftung, Philippines, the 𝐲𝐻 Prize, Incubation and Acceleration Program Hub of Innovation for Inclusion, the La Salle College of St. Benilde and Kasabayanihan Scholarship, University of San Francisco. He was also involved in community and organizations, an alumni volunteer of TOSP Bicol Alumni Community, a public information officer at Ateneo de Naga University, Supreme Student Government, communications head and program officer for social development at Ateneo Leadership Society, a student volunteer of ADNO Office of Student Affairs, and an ORSEM facilitator in ADNO College Guidance Center. Wow! So for our speaker this afternoon, hindi ko na papatagalin pa. Let us all welcome Mr. Mark Joseph A. Euste. It is an honor to have you here with us, sir. Let us give him a round of virtual applause.
Ayan, thank you very much, Pauline, for the very generous introduction. Parang medyo nagsisi ako na sinan ko yung buong CV ko. Dapat sana nagbigay lang ako ng very short introduction because I'd like to give more focus doon sa ating talk no for this afternoon. I know I'm the third speaker for this afternoon, so I hope buhay pa kayo dyan at may brain cells pang natitira for our very interesting topic that we'll be talking about today. No? Let me know if medyo nagsasapi yung audio ko or video kasi nga medyo maulan tapos naman in Bicol medyo may internet problem tayo, so just let me know ha. Sige po. Sige, let me share my screen first para naman makita ninyo yung mga i-discuss natin for this afternoon. Sige, wait lang. Mhm. All right, sige, let's start. I know this session will be divided into two parts. Sa first part, I'll be talking about my topic, and the last part, no, sana ay maraming mag-participate sa ating Q&A for the open forum. So I'll just try my best to make this presentation really quick so that we'll have more time for our Q&A later. Okay? Sige po. So for this afternoon, I'll be talking about deconstructing Philippine elections, no. So before we go to the actual ano ba yung mga dapat nating qualification sa mga iboboto natin this coming May 2022, let's try to look at the elections first, no. Let's try to deconstruct what we know and what we do not know, no. So I hope you keep an open mind for this session. So we will be learning a lot and also unlearning a lot of things for this specific session. So, ayun. Nabanggit nga kanina ni Pauline, no, I'm a teacher. So, very, magiging parang classroom session. Pero let's try to make it as interactive as possible. So, the three objectives that we'll be talking about this afternoon will be, first, to identify the key problems in the Philippine socio-political reality. So, titignan natin yung mga nangyari sa ating paligid, no? What's happening in terms of our socio-political realities, no, sa ating paligid. The second one is to relate these realities to the context of the 2022 national elections. Anong kaugnayan nito sa paparating na May 2022? And lastly, assess some common election problems. So let's try to deconstruct ano ba yung mga napapansin natin na kalimitan ay nangyayari every election season, every 3 years. So sabi ko nga, I'll try my best to make this as interactive as possible. So I invite you all to go to menti.com with this code 17298797. So you can just put into your address bar menti.com and enter this code 17298797, or just simply, if you're holding a phone or a tablet, pwede nyo iscan yung QR code and then it will redirect you to this screen. Okay, sige, punta lang tayo dun sa Menti. Menti.com here. Okay, so what we'll try to do now is for you all to list down some socio-political problems that you've been seeing and experiencing, no, in the past, say, 16 or 20 years of your existence in the Philippines. Ano yung mga problema na nakikita ninyo sa ating paligid? Not necessarily elections, like anything in general. Ayan. You can type in at least, at most 5 answers. So, after, let's say, mga 2 to 3 minutes, let's see kung ano nga ba yung mga pressing issues ng mga accountancy students sa Ateneo de Naga. Sige, anything. Pwedeng English, Tagalog, no matter how big, how small it is. Sige, based from your preliminary answers, ang na-highlight natin, top 3, corruption, okay. Oops, gumagalaw. Poverty and political dynasty. Ayan, top 3. Alright, meron na tayong around 70 plus answers. Sige, I'll give you some time to think. No, ano nga ba yung mga problema na kinakaharap ng ating bansa? Aside from the top 3 kanina, I can see some words here such as, sorry, medyo gumagalaw, no? War on drugs, freedom of press or freedom of media. Alright. Okay, problema yung Board of Accountancy, I see. Ano ba? War on drugs. Okay. Unemployment, inequality, okay. COVID-19. And many, many more. Sige, let your answers, flow. Lack of proper sex education, a very good answer. Si BBM. Sorry, medyo tumatagilid yung ibang answer. So, I have to. Alright, there are around 200 answers now, or 200 people. Sige, let's try to list down some of the common answers. So, lumabas dito, common ang political dynasty, ang corruption, ang poverty, lack of proper sex education, unemployment, war on drugs, fake news, freedom of press or freedom of media. Ayan, ang BOA, problema natin sa accountancy. Ano pa ba? And many more, no? And, you can read naman, no, from the very answers of your co-participants. Pero, ayan, top 3 natin, parang hindi na nagalaw yung political dynasty, corruption, and poverty. And this is very crucial, no, especially this election season na naman, na nag-uungkatan tayo ng past. No? Sino yung may mga track record ng mga dating opisyal na nangako, ngunit napako. No? And it led to higher poverty rates to some localities. No? Sino yung mga officials na may bahid ng korupsyon. No? Also, those who are coming from political clans, no, that have been there since time immemorial, we don't know. No? And in fact, the longest running political dynasty is here in Kamsur. So, ayan, just a fun fact. Since American era, sila na yung nandyan, and until now, hindi siya naputol. No? Sige. So, thank you very much for your answers. Now that I have a bit of your, let's say, general thought, no, of what's happening in the Philippines, and I'm happy that Ateneans are very engaged, no, with what is happening outside our classrooms. So let me just go back to our presentation, no. So I'll just stop sharing the screen and let's go back to our drawing board. All right. Sige. Lahat ng problema ito, no, pwede natin tong gawan ng parang isang napakalaking problem tree, or let's say problem diagram. Pwede nating identify what are the causes, what are the effects, and the list goes on. No? Pero in relation to the election, usually ganito yung nangyayari. No? So, ayan. So, according to this diagram, electoral causality loop, every election season, ang laging pangako ng ating mga opisyal ay change is needed. Kailangan nating baguhin. No? Let's change this, change that. And then this person promises change. Yung mga tatakbong kandidato, mayor, governor, president. No? Okay, I promise. And then after, let's say, 3 years, 6 years, nothing has changed. And then come another election season. And the flagship is change is needed. And then paulit-ulit lang. No? Parang walang nangyayari. No? Pero what really happens in between? No? Ano nangyari dun sa mga nasa gitna ng mga arrows? No? If we try to trace down this simple diagram to your answers in the Mentimeter, no? We can make a very complex tawag dito, causal feedback loop. No? In management, may ganitong mga diagram na ginagawa. So we try to identify first what are the causes of these problems? No? What are the reinforcing and the balancing loops that are hinge on these problems? No? Ano yung mga problema dito? Ano yung mga causes? Kasi let's say sabihin natin problema yung poverty. No, it's a problem. But we can also say that poverty is the cause of another problem. Okay? So parang short of a mental exercise for everyone na hindi siya ganun lang kasimple, no? Hindi siya ganito lang ka-cyclical ang nangyayari because in reality, ganito siya ka-complex, no? And we can make a bigger and much complex diagram than this. No? Pero just to show you a proof na ang problema ng isa ay nakaangkla sa lahat. No? Ang sabi nga dun sa kanta, ang lahat ng bagay ay magkakaugnay. So lahat to interrelated. No? Hindi siya mutually exclusive na election problem lang to. No, it's also an issue of poverty, also an issue of lack of education and many. Okay? So, before we actually begin, no, let's try to ask ourselves, no, why is everything political? Ito yung laging away-away sa Twitter or sa Facebook na why do we have to politicize everything? No? And we grew up to a system where we vilify the word politics. No? A lot of people tend to parang avoid the topic of politics. But why? No. Bakit natin i-avoid yung politics when in fact, no, our very existence in itself is political, no? Bakit? No, because we make choices every day and our choices are informed by political and power structures around us, no? Halimbawa, yung pipiliin mo na gusto kong kumain ng hotdog mamaya for dinner. Wala nga kayong hotdog. Bakit walang hotdog? Kasi yung tatay nyo walang trabaho tapos walang ma-provide sa family niyo. And that's a case of political choice, no? Either naging biktima siya ng unemployment dahil may COVID pandemic or naging systemic siya, no? Or pwede rin by choice na wala siyang trabaho. So all these choices that we make are political in nature, no? We don't just see it in a very superstructural approach, but in a very personal approach. All our choices in life are indeed political. No? But what do we really mean by politics? No, in the first place, I can best define the word politics by the one given by Harold Laswell, an American political scientist and theorist. Sinabi ni Laswell na politics is who gets what, when, and how. Sino ang nakakakuha ng ano, kailan, at paano. No? All these questions that are related to the very definition of politics is influenced by who we are, no? Ano yung katayuan natin sa lipunan, no? Ano yung mga ginagawa natin, paano natin siya ginagawa, at kailan, no? All these things are interrelated. And before we actually talk about elections, no, na very, I think, gusto nyo mag-fast forward na, pero let's try first to review your basic Philippine politics and governance. And para sa mga second year, third year na, ito medyo refresher course na lang to sa inyo. Pero for those who are freshmen, this is for you guys. So our government, no, is a democratic and republican state, and the sovereignty resides in the people. To us, Filipinos, and all government authority emanates from us. No? It is stated in Article 2, Section 1 of our 1987 Constitution. We have three branches in the government: the executive, legislative, and judiciary, together with some constitutional commission or offices. No? The executive is led by no less than the president, and in his or her incapacity, the vice president. Nandyan din yung cabinet officials, yung mga secretaries to different departments and offices, no, and of course the local government units. Ang main task ng legislative is to implement laws and ordinances, do projects, programs, activities, and a lot more. Now, legislative is headed by the Senate, 24 senators and 260 plus representatives, no? District representatives and party list representatives. Their main task is to make laws, no? To legislate. And of course, the judiciary, led by the Supreme Court, one Chief Justice and 14 Associate Justices, and the lower courts, the RTCs, Metropolitan Trial Courts, and special courts such as the Sharia courts. So, ang main task ng judiciary ay i-check natin nasa tama ba yung batas, no, to decide on matters that are of substance of law. No? These very principles of paghahati-hati ng branches of government to executive, legislative, and judiciary along other constitutional commissions mainly trace back to the three main elements, no, sa pag-create ng isang gobyerno. Number one, separation of powers. So, yung power ni President, separate sa power ni Senate, separate sa power ni Supreme Court. So, magkakaiba siya. No? Kaya nga, na-separate siya to three branches. And number two, second principle is co-equal. No? In essence, magkakapantay-pantay yung executive, legislative, and judiciary. Though in reality, magkaiba yun. No? Pero by virtue of our constitution, they are of equal footing. No? And number three, check and balance. No? The principle of check and balance is ingrained in our constitution. So may mga checks si executive kay legislative and judiciary, may checks si legislative kay executive and judiciary, and si judiciary meron namang checks kay executive and legislative. So kumbaga in essence, nakalagay yan sa ating constitution. And In a nutshell, anong itsura ng political system sa Pilipinas? No? These are some of the main characteristics of our political system. Number one is a unitary state. Ibig sabihin, there's only one central government above all. So we have highly urbanized cities, we have independent component cities such as Naga, and we also have local government units, no, from province to municipalities and cities down to the barangay level. But all of these are under one central government. That is the national government headed by the president. Okay? And speaking of the president, the nature of our system is also presidential. No? The president is the head of state and also the head of the government. No? Yung tao yung mismo nag-e-elect sa presidente through elections. And with that, it's also, our political system is also representative. We, the people, directly elect those who want to represent, those who we want to represent us in the government. No? So, tayo nag-elect ng mayor, ng governor, ng senator, and the president. We are also a democratic state, no? In paper, the medyo questionable yon, no? Ibig sabihin doon, the rule of the people, no? The sovereignty resides among us, the people, the Filipino people. We are also a constitutional republic. We are a state governed by laws, specifically none less than by our constitution, and of course the other republic acts and executive orders, and a lot of things. And lastly, multi-party. No, sa Pilipinas, multi-party system tayo, hindi tayo two-party system, unlike the US na Republican Democrat. Sa Pilipinas walang ganun, no. Multi-party system tayo, whereas multiple political parties across the political spectrum, pa left or right or center ka man, you can have the equal opportunity to be elected and gain control over government offices. No? Though medyo questionable again, no, ang multi-party system sa Pilipinas. Let's talk about that later. Now we go on to the problems. No? So now that we've seen ano yung sistema, ano yung itsura ng ating political system, no? Let's try to list down some of the problems in our elections. No? First of all, ayan, traditional politicians, mga trapo, political patronage, big money, and impact of social media. Isa-isahin po natin. Let's go first with trapo. Ayan. So, andyan yung mga epal, mga puro pangako lang, no? Pangakong napapako, mga papogi, no? Ang mga government officials natin are very much concerned with optics, no? What do the people see? Ano yung nakita ng audience, ng voting public? No, masyado sila concerned with the appearance. Hindi nila masyadong issue yung track record, yung qualification. Hindi masyadong na-highlight during election, no? Usually mga trapo, ayan yung mga mayaman, mga sikat, no? Yung mga nagva-viral, mga trending, no? Sinasabi nga in elections, publicity is still publicity. No? Negative man yan or positive, mag-trend ka man na number one, blank, ayan, sa Twitter or sa Facebook. Lahat yan, part of the grand scheme ng mga politiko natin, specifically mga traditional politicians. No? And most of these trapos that we call are coming from political clans, no? And political dynasties who have plagued our country for many years. No? If we try to trace back our history, coming from Spanish time pa, no? Until America, nag-Japanese, naka-Fifth Republic na tayo ngayon, nandyan pa rin siya. No? But why? No? Bakit kaya may ganun? We can trace down this issue with political patronage. No? Political patronage natin, there's this study by Father Frank Lynch on he's a Jesuit destined here in ADNU actually during the post-war, if I'm not mistaken. No? Mayroon siyang research sa Kanaaman. No? In fact, sa Kanaaman siya. Sino mga taga-Kanaaman dito? Ayan. May research si Father Frank na parang kinarakterize niya yung patron-client relationship na nag-exist in an agricultural community such as that in Kanaaman. May 10,000 dakulang tao tapos liit na tao. Yung mga dakulang tao, ito yung mga patrons. No? Yung mga patrons, sila yung mayayaman, sila yung mga landed elite, no? May socio-economic power to influence. And at the same time, meron sila mga clients. Yung mga clients sila yung mga sakada, mga trabahador, no, yung mga small-time business owners that depend on their big business. No? Ito yung mga salit na tao. No? And in a way, it's a matter of, number one, pwede natin siyang tignan as a avenue of socialization, but on a much bigger scale, no, nagkikreate siya ng dependency. No? Yung mga salit na tao, nagde-depend sa mga dakulang tao. No, yung mga mayayaman. And with that, parang kahit ano mang gawin ni patron, since tayo mga client lamang, no, mga dihamak na sakada, susunod na lang tayo. No? And on a much bigger scale, we Filipinos have this certain kind of political amnesia. No? Nakakalimot tayo. We are very forgiving, no, as Filipinos. No? We are very forgiving because meron tayong culture of respect. No? Culture of respect sa mga nakakatanda, no? We love our families, no? Sabi nga tinatawag na blood is thicker than water. So regardless kahit anumang negative issue yan, we still prioritize our family, which is not necessarily a bad thing, no? Pero pag nasobrahan, doon na tayo nagkakatalo. No? Minsan we tend to protect some family members to cover up various mga kababalaghan at mga illegalities. No? And another thing is yung kultura natin ng utang na loob. No? Utang na loob na, ay, kasi tinabangan ako kato ni Mayor, katong nagkahilang si aki ko. So siya ang iboboto ko sunod na eleksyon. Bahagi yan ng political patronage. No? And there's no other, kumbaga, best example than the one in the picture, no other than the Marcos family. Even though they have been deposed for more than 3 decades already, pero why is it that come 2022 mukhang nakalimot na tayo bilang isang lipunan, no? Kung ano yung mga nangyari during the martial law period. Okay? And the next one, of course, big money. Pagtatakbo kang mayor, barangay captain, kailangan mo ng pera, no? And syempre, kung presidente ka, ang campaign mo nationwide. So, kailangan mo ng resources, no? Ng pera. And according to this infographic, source out from CNN, no? From their SOSE, filed by each of these individual candidates, during the 2016 presidential elections, Grace po, siya yung nanguna in terms of spending, no? Inabot siya ng 510 million pesos, no? So, parang $500 million. And Leni Robredo in 2016 is the top spender with 418 million pesos. Okay? Of course, this is just the declared, no, according to their declared amount according to the statement of contributions and expenditure in the previous election. But we don't know. Ano pa yung mga hidden na mga paid for by friends of blank? No? Iko-compute pa natin yan how big is the money being spent during election season. Especially, ayan, mukhang naging norm na yung vote buying. Okay? And of course, lastly, the impact of social media. No? There's this case study in the 2016 national elections done in the case of the current President Duterte. No? Ito yung mga na-identify nila, no, with this study from University of Oxford. Merong iba-ibang cyber troops na ginamit and manipulate ang team ni PRRD noong 2016. No? Of course, the politicians and the parties. Ito yung mga traditional way of building alliances and coalitions with existing politicians. No? And particularly with the president's current party, the PDP Laban. Okay? And of course, volunteers. Ayan, maraming volunteers ang ating mga politiko. Of course, hindi sila bayad, pero in one way or another, they expect a certain kind of compensation when their candidate win in the election. And of course, mga paid citizens, ito yung mga tinatawag na quote-unquote mga bayaran. No? Ito yung mga social media influencers, mga vloggers, mga YouTubers, and the like. And of course, mga private contractors. Dito pumapasok yung mga ad agencies na binabayaran. And in the case of Duterte, it was headed by his social media campaigns head, si Nick Gabonada. And years later, in 2018, there's this study by Prof. Jonathan Ong of University of Massachusetts Amherst and Prof. Jason Cabañas of De La Salle University. Ang study nila is called Architects of Network Disinformation, Behind the Scenes of Troll Accounts and Fake News Production in the Philippines. And this is the results of their study. So pinag-aralan nila yung mga movement ng mga trolls, online trolls specifically, sa internet dito sa Pilipinas. And they found out that ito yung network of disinformation, no, sa Pilipinas. Punta muna tayo dun sa taas, yung mga paid clients. Yung nanguna dyan yung mga chief architects of network disinformation. Ito yung mga malalaking mga advertising agencies and PR strategists that seem to manipulate public opinion. Down to the digital influencers, ito yung nabanggit ko kanina na mga social media influencers. No? Either they can be anonymous through a page. No? Halimbawa, Maharlika, ganyan. So, sino si Maharlika? Di natin alam. Wala siyang personality. Pero yung page niya may certain kind of following. No? Mga key opinion leaders, dito pumapasok yung mga semi-journalist / opinionator sa mga print ads, mga ganyan. Pwede mga celebrities, of course. Community level fake account operators. Ito yung hindi pa masyadong napag-aaralan ng ating mga government officials. No? In the ground level, merong mga operators talaga ng fake news. No? And of course, sa baba, yung voluntary. Ito yung general public. And that includes the grassroots intermediaries. Ito yung mga share lang ng share sa Facebook, sa Twitter, sa Instagram, ng kung ano-ano without really reading through the whole article. No? Without us knowing it, nag-share na pala tayo ng fake information, no? Or false information. And ito yung itsura ng network disinformation campaigns. No? From campaign design to campaign implementation, as you can see in the diagram, it's all planned. No, hindi siya spontaneous activity, yung pagpapakalat ng fake news, no? Ng mga troll accounts everywhere. Hindi siya ganun. It's all planned. It's part of the grand scheme of things nga na tinatawag. And looking at it, no, what does it make of us? No? In a nation that is very highly polarized, no, nag-aaway-away from left and right to center and everything else in the middle, regardless of your political affiliation, no, or kung apolitical ka man, if there's such a term, malaki yung pag-aaway natin, what is fact, what is opinion, in the era of tinatawag nating post-truth. And napakadali na ma-manipulate tayo ng kung sino-sino. Pwedeng from your friends, from your family, from everything that you see in social media. Napakadaling ma-manipulate tayo in one way or another. No? And in the bigger scale, it can influence, no, positively or negatively, our public opinion. And that shapes the very fabric of our nation. So merong mga small, medium, and big implications ang mga na-discuss natin kanina, no? From mga trapo, mga political patronage, big money, and the impact of social media. These systemic problems in one way or another affect us personally. No? And now let's talk about you. Okay? Who among here are registered voters? Sige nga, show of hands. Walang discrimination. Sige, raise your hand. Sino po yung mga registered voters dito? Ayan, very good. Ayan, very good children. Ayan, marami tayong mga registered voters. Sige, pa-heart react. Sino yung mga first-time voters natin? First time, heart. Ayan, heart react. Okay. I see, very good. Actually, it's my second time pa lang to vote. Kasi 2019 elections, I was working away from home. So, medyo hassle magpapalit ng precinct. Okay. So at least a considerable amount of our participants here are registered voters, and some may be very excited to vote for the very first time. And you may lower down your hand na po. Ayan, thank you. Sige. Now let's go back to the basics, no? Based from our Article 5 in our 1987 Constitution, our right to suffrage is enshrined in um, the very fabric of our state laws. No? According to this section 1, basahin ko lang, no? Suffrage may be exercised by all citizens of the Philippines, not otherwise disqualified by law, who are at least 18 years of age and who shall have resided in the Philippines for at least 1 year. And in the case wherein they propose to vote for at least 6 months immediately preceding the election. Ayan. No literacy, property, or other substantive requirements shall be imposed on the exercise of suffrage. And by this very statement, no, sinasabi dito na wala tayong excuse para hindi bumoto. Of course, if there are some excuse, for example, ay hindi ka nakahabol sa cut-off, ayan, maybe you're the one at fault na by that time. Pero kung babasahin natin, wala masyadong restrictions, no, na nilagay sa ating constitution, yung ating karapatan sa pagboto, because voting is both a civic right of every citizen in a given state. No, it's an honor. Sabi nga sa mga pageants, it's an honor and also a responsibility of everyone. Now let's try on the other side of the coin. No? Sino yung mga iboboto natin? No? Here are some of the basic qualifications na nakasulat sa ating constitution. If you want to run for president or VP, you just have to be a natural born citizen. You should be a registered voter, able to read and write, at least 40 years old, resident of the Philippines for at least 10 years immediately preceding the day of the election. And if you are running for a senator, itong mga basic qualifications, almost same lang, except that kailangan 35 years old ka, no, before the day of the election, and a resident of the Philippines for not less than 2 years immediately preceding the day of the election. Okay? Kung titignan natin, very basic yung qualifications, no, for running as the president to the highest position in the land na tinatawag. Pero do you think this is enough? No? Mayroong mga debate regarding the qualifications of a president na dapat daw college graduate, na dapat daw ay nag-serve na sa government for X number of years and all that. But kung babalikan natin yung rationality ng framers ng ating 1987 Constitution, yung idea behind this is that they want to give everyone an equal chance to run as president. No? Kaya nga noong filing ng Certificate of Candidacy, there are around, if I'm not mistaken, around 100 aspirants for the presidency. Pero due to some logistical concerns, the COMELEC have to cut down, no, to, I think, 12. 12 na lang ata yung nasa balota natin. Tapos yung the rest, they declare as nuisance candidates. No? Medyo contrary siya doon sa basic principle, yung end in mind na mga framers ng ating constitution. But nonetheless, no, it gives, no, at least in principle, an equal chance to everyone to be elected, regardless of your educational background and socioeconomic status. But let's try to look at some qualifications if you're running to a very position, no, na vital sa isang kumpanya. For example, if you want to run to apply as a security guard, there's a law that nagko-constrict actually ng qualifications for a security guard. Yung RA 5487 natin, Private Security Agency Law, dapat pag mag-apply kang security guard, dapat isa kang Filipino citizen, dapat at least high school graduate ka, hindi lang sapat na able to read and write. You should also be physically and mentally fit, not less than 21 years old and more than 50, has undergone pre-licensing training course, and a lot of other proof that you want and can be a security guard, including your proof of training, neuropsychiatric test clearance, drug test, NBI clearance, and many more. No? Of course, meron pa yung interview, final interview, mag-submit ng resume and everything. So what's my point? No, my point is, sa pagkarami-rami ng qualifications for a security guard, why can't we raise our standards? No? Why can't the people choose wisely? No, nakita naman natin at alam ng tao, no, we can say na bobo yung mga botante. No, I beg to disagree. So, wala naman atang bobotante na tinatawag. Medyo contentious yung word na yon, but for me, no, as sociology major, parang it's futile and wrong to call someone na bobotante because again, all of our choices na are political. It is influenced by the power structures around us. Ano yung mga naging karanasan natin that led to a certain choice, no? Hindi siya parang misinformed choice, no? Merong iba-ibang layers and stages na nangyari sa buhay mo. Why did you arrive on voting a certain politician, no? Na kahit alam mo naman na they've been there for years and wala ka naman nakitang tangible na pagbabago sa inyong locality, let's say let's not look further, no, sa Kamsur, no. Why do this certain political family keep on running and winning the elections time and time again, no? Do we blame the voters? No? You don't need to answer that. No? I'm just throwing you questions. Sino ba yung sisisihin natin? Yung mga botante, yung sistema ng electoral politics, no? Yung ugali natin towards certain politicians, or mas nangingibabaw ba yung utang na loob, and a lot of things. So we have to look at all these different layers of issues, no? And of course, as Athenians, alam na dapat maging discerning tayo, no? And for this afternoon, I will not be listing down the qualifications na dapat i-possess ng isang kandidato na iboboto ninyo, because I believe so each of us have the capacity to do that, no? But let us just be reminded that our personal choices reflect our character, no? In the truest Ignatian passion, no, we begin with ourselves, no? Sabi nga ni Ignatius, examine, no? Self-reflection. Ano ba yung mga pinapahalagahan natin sa buhay? Non-negotiable ko ba yung hindi magnanakaw? Non-negotiable ko ba yung dapat malinis yung track record? Non-negotiable ko ba yung dapat makatao, no? At nagpapakatao? We have to consider all these things. Why? Because our community and country are basically extensions of ourselves, no? Everything that we do personally and individually will and always have a ripple effect to our family, to our social circles, our friends, our community, in our barangay, in our locality, and to a much bigger scale, our country. No? So, ano pwede natin gawin, no, bilang mga botante? And I think most of you here are voters, no, in the coming May 2022 elections. At the moment, we can do these three things. Number one, identify your non-negotiables. Ano yung mga pag sinabi ng isang kandidato, automatic red flag sa'yo at hindi mo na siya agad iboboto, no? Ano naman yung mga green flag sa'yo, no? So, pinahalagaan mo ba yung integridad? Pinahalagaan mo ba yung mga certain stand nila on issues, such as those very controversial issues, such as the RH law, same-sex marriage, political dynasties, corruption, and many more, no? Subukan mong kilatisin mo na yung sarili mo, ano yung mga non-negotiables mo sa isang kandidato. Does this align with the principles of your candidate? If check, then sige, go. Though yung iba, sabihin natin, meron naman tayong mga negotiables na issues, no? Pwede naman siguro siya, sir, na part ng political dynasty. Pero maganda naman yung nagawa niya, tapos okay naman, wala namang nambahig na corruption. So siguro pwede na, no? Pero in this coming elections, no, na very crucial yung mangyayari, because of course we are in the middle of the pandemic. Kung sino man yung iluluklok natin, whether national or local, will have very big impact on how we will live in the coming years to come. So isipin natin, no, hindi dapat tayo mag-settle sa pwede na, no? Dapat talagang qualified, no? And more than qualified nga kung maaari. Number two, think both national and local. Ito, every 6 years kasi yung national elections. Usually, pag ngayong 2022 national elections, yung mentality natin is puro national lang. President, vice president, senator, ganyan. Pero, hindi natin naisip what goes locally, no? Down to the provincial, municipal, city, barangay level. Ano yung nangyari on the ground, no? Much have been said sa sinasabi natin kanina, yung political structure, superstructures, mga big things to, yung mga big words, ayan, mga national scale. Pero sa realidad lang, mas in touch tayo sa ating localities, no? mas alam natin yung mga chismis sa barangay kaysa sa mga chismis sa mga national politics, kineme, ganyan. So, dapat din nating i-balance out yung diskurso, no? Kailangan din nating mag-clamor for public debates sa ating mga mayoralty candidates, no? Hindi lang pwedeng president lang, dapat pati mayor natin sasalang sa mga forum, sa mga interviews, no? We should demand that because we deserve that. Okay? And number 3 ito yung call ng national democratic organizations, no? Arouse, organize, and mobilize. Of course, we try to raise our awareness first, no? We try to arouse the consciousness of ourselves, our social circles, and then from that starting point, we will try to organize our voices, no? Siyempre, pag nag-arouse ka kasi, okay, alam na natin na ganito dapat ang gagawin. We should not stop there. No? We should try to organize those collective voices para maging in harmony tayo on what we will do. And pag syempre organized na kayo, you can now start doing actual things. No? You can start mobilizing. You can do voters education, pwede kayong mag-campaign to a certain senator that you resonate with. No? Alam naman natin yung ibang senador natin na very deserving pero kulang sa budget, kulang sa makinarya. So baka pwede tayo mag-fill in dun sa gaps. Okay? So these are some things that we can do at the moment from this day forward until the May 2022 elections. Pero dapat yung mentality natin, we should not stop after May 2022. No, ang consciousness raising natin dapat tuloy-tuloy, no, to the next midterm elections on 2025 and the next presidential elections on 2028 and so on and so forth. So what can we do in the future? Engage, no? Huwag tayong panghinaan ng loob na ay, yan si ano kasi solid na yan, solid ganyan na. What if magbago ang isip? No? Hindi naman tayo parang mga predestined individuals na pag ganyan na yung naisip mo, yan na talaga. No? Of course, we are still learning, no, as we go on into life. So, patuloy lang natin i-engage sila to conversations. No? Huwag nyo munang i-unfriend sa Facebook yung mga mga apologies friends natin. Wag muna, baka later on na lang. Ayan. Pag sawang-sawa na talaga kayo, tapos bad for your mental health na. Sige, give up nyo na. Pero as long as try to convince them, no, as much as you can, keep on sharing things. No, itaas natin yung level ng diskurso and let's not resort to name calling and calling them bobo or stupid. And despite our ideological differences, of course, ano pa rin natin yan? Kapamilya pa rin natin, kaibigan pa rin natin. No? Hindi naman siguro napuputol lang dahil sa ating pagkakaiba sa opinion. And wala namang masamang magbago ng opinion after presented with facts. So sana, for those of you who know better, no, should do better. No? We counter fallacies with truths, no? And walang ibang gagawa nun kundi ikaw. No? And then of course, let's try, no, let's say X years from now maging mayor kayo sa municipality nyo, councilor, or say 30 years from now may maging presidente dito. Sana wag niyong kalimutan itong talk na to, no. Baguhin natin yung mga hindi gumagana na nangyayari sa ating sistema, no? Like going back dun kanina sa ating Philippine political system, no? For me, having a presidential type of political system is not workable in the current context, no? For me, mas okay yung parliamentary. For me, mas okay din yung two-party system instead of multi-party. So, and let's try to siguro revise some provisions of our constitution that needs to be revised. So baguhin natin yung mga kailangan baguhin. Of course, abolish what's not working. Let's try to strike down various provisions in our laws, no, na hindi na applicable and relevant to the present context. No, I know a lot of you are planning to proceed to law school. So hopefully when you become lawyers, or let's say for those who want to legislate, no, tatakbong konsehal, or let's say board member sa CAMSUR, ayan, subukan nating baguhin kung ano yung mga hindi gumagana sa ating sistema. Okay? So, ayan, hopefully matandaan nyo itong 1, 2, 3 ko. No? Identify your non-negotiables, think both national and local, arouse, organize, and mobilize. And in the future, continue engaging in various meaningful discussions, modify what's working, and abolish what's not. And siguro, just to close this very short presentation, sabi nga doon kung napanood niyo yung very short skit ni Angelica Panganiban, the bare minimum na dapat nating i-take into consideration is this, no? Huwag magpapabudol at huwag sa magnanakaw. And with that, thank you very much for listening to my rants and my hanash about our elections for this May 2022. If you have questions na hindi ko na-tackle with the very limited time given to me this afternoon, you may contact me through this channels. No? And with that ends my presentation. If you have questions or comments, clarifications, then let's go to the open forum.
Ayan. Thank you very much, Sir Joseph, for that informative talk sa mga revelations din na na-mention behind the scenes. And sir, what you've shared with us is truly timely and essential, especially for the upcoming national elections this 2022. We may be part of this complex cycle due to the factors na na-mention kanina ni Sir. However, let this serve as an eye-opener to all, especially to us student voters, to not turn a blind eye to empty promises. It is a crucial decision and we must take it seriously. Let's think big, guys. Kasi in the end, politicians are meant to serve us people, the Filipinos. May this aid us in properly processing our decisions and help us in rightfully choosing who is best capable of handling our country. Kasi it's another 6 years, guys. So matagal-tagal yun. So let's make the most out of this chance. It's for us after all. Again, thank you very much, sir. Now we will open the floor for comments and questions for our speaker if you have any. So we encourage you guys to participate in our open forum. Feel free to ask necessary and relevant questions related to the talk earlier. To facilitate our open forum, if you have any questions, kindly click the raise hand button and wait for your name to be called before unmuting to speak. Or you can also use the chat box to send your questions. Don't forget to state your name, your year level, and course, and I will read them for you so that Sir Joseph can address it. So let's open the floor now. For an insight, we have Lawrence Val, a first-year BSA student, to share his insight. So Val, take it away.
Good afternoon po. Am I audible na?
Yes, you're audible.
So, good evening po, Mr. MJ Euste. Thank you so much for this very informative and eye-opener ACP session. So, my takeaway in your session is that we are surrounded by political and power structures that affects our decision in our daily lives. Just like you said earlier po, why is that I cannot eat hot dog? It may be because of my father is unemployed or does not want to have a job, and we can see that in a political view. As for the upcoming 2022 election, I can see many people who are fascinated by the false information regarding to a specific candidate, specifically coming from the social media. People tend to look at the tip of the iceberg, but we have the right to do some research for our country to have a good governance and good economy. In addition, some of these people tend to vote these trapo candidates just because of temporary or short-term happiness. What did I say that is a temporary or short-term happiness? For example, some candidates are practicing, and we can see that in many cases, as in the past elections, they practice the vote buying. Then sasabihin nila ng mga voters, huy Marites, magayon sa kamo ba garo iboto ning kandidato na inita na nanao ning 500. See how some politicians can easily manipulate its voters just by the use of money. And moreover, as a registered voter, we have the right to vote the suited candidate that is matino and mahusay, just like what like Dr. Bacares said in our first mini ACP session po. Thank you. That's all. Thank you po.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, Lawrence. Ayan. Na-encapsulate naman no? yung general idea about that. And very, very good observation no? With like the vote buying that is happening and very rampant. Ayun.
Okay, thank you very much, Lawrence, for your insight. Now, may I call in Maxine Labrador, a first-year BSA student as well, to share her insights regarding the ACP that was discussed.
Good afternoon po, Sir Joseph. I'm audible po ba?
Yes po.
I'm Maxine Labrador po, a first-year BSA student. I would like to thank you po for the very informative and thought-provoking discussion. One of my important takeaways from you po is the importance of really participating in this coming election. There are people that have no interest in politics, claiming na lahat namang politicians are corrupt. So it would not matter who they vote or if they even vote. As you said po, everything is political. We are affected by the things that happen in the society, whether we like it or not. It concerns us. So it is really important for us to take part in the elections. And we have the power to elect a person that will hopefully serve our country with dignity and with such burning passion to bring about improvements in the country. We should take that. Again, thank you po, sir.
Thank you, Maxine, for sharing your insight.
Pauline, may question dito si, ayan, sino
Yes.
to? Puya. Asa naka-dot-dot na yung name. Ayan, si Precious. May question siya, second year BS accountancy. Ako na magbasa. Sige. Sabi niya dito, good afternoon po. Thank you for this very well-expounded talk. Personally, it made me re-evaluate my perspectives in assessing the candidates. With this, meron siyang 2 questions. Number 1, what are your thoughts about people canceling influential figures like actors, businessmen, influencers due to different political views? Is this helpful for the candidate that they are supporting? Sige, I'll try to answer the first question first. Thoughts about canceling. Ayan. Dadako na tayo sa cancel culture. Actually, yung cancel culture is it's a new thing, no? Na lumabas lang siya dahil sa social media. Well, before, meron naman, pero wala namang like actual cancel. And let me tell you guys, cancel culture is a hoax. No? It doesn't happen, kumbaga wala siyang long-term implications. No? Yes, you may be canceled today, pero tomorrow is another day. Karamihan ng mga sabihin natin mga cancelled nating celebrities, actors, politicians, whatsoever. Ayun, nandun pa rin. They still continue with their lives. No? So, I don't believe in cancel culture at all. Pero, I think yung issue dito is due to different political views. Ayan, marami nang na-cancel na individuals dahil sa differences in political views. And in a democratic country, no, we respect everyone's opinion. Pero sabi nga nung kasabihan, we are entitled to our opinion but not to our own facts. Pag yung katotohanan na yung pinag-usapan, of course, we have to be biased. No? Biased on truth. No? Hindi pwedeng, kasi sabi ng lolo ko, ganito, ganyan. No? Ibang usapan yun. No? Yun ka-cancel talaga yun. Pero again, going back dun sa cancel culture, hindi naman talaga siya, wala siyang long-term implication whatsoever. On your follow-up question, is this helpful for the candidate that they are supporting? Again, publicity, regardless, negative, positive, is still publicity. No, na-hashtag nyo yun, hashtag blank is over party. The following day, trending pa rin yun dahil sa kanyang political view. The message was put across different channels. No? So, kesyo in support yan or in kumbaga backlash against that certain candidate, the message is still there. So, medyo happy ako doon sa kung helpful siya or hindi. Depende. Yung iba kasi nagpe-penetrate doon sa intended audience, yung iba naman nagba-backfire. So, case-to-case basis siya. Hindi siya parang, one result, one universal result. Number 2 question. What are the prevailing trends in the political campaigns of candidates today, and what do you think would be the edge of the candidates in their strategies? Of course, social media. No? Very nag-capitalize na ngayon at nag-leverage na yung mga kandidato natin sa social media because number one, most of the channels are free. No? Gumawa ka lang ng Facebook page or Twitter, YouTube channel, Instagram, lahat po yan libre gawin. Of course, meron mga paid ads, pero just on top of what you can have for free. Pero kung titignan natin sa surveys, so in the recent surveys, most and majority of the voters still rely on traditional media. Ano yung mga traditional media natin? Yung nauna dyan is TV. No? Much of the campaign is still on TV. No? Yan yung number one na lumabas dun sa actual survey. Number two is radio. No? So very powerful pa rin yung traditional media. Tapos number 3 or 4 ata dyan yung newspaper, yung mga print ads, billboards, ganyan. Tapos medyo nasa last part na yung social media actually. No? Pero in terms of reach, no, you can reach as many people as possible through social media. No? What do you think would be the edge of the candidates in their strategies? Show up. No? To show up in these interviews, public forum, debate, magpakitang gilas, no? To show what you've got. And with this one presidential candidate who keeps on backing off from these debates and interview, no? Medyo questionable yun. No? Na, diba, basic requirement yung pag-attend mo. Showing up, if you want to be a government official, you have to report to your office 8 to 5 and more if needed. So, in terms of edge, I think at least dun ka sa bare minimum, no? Pero of course, dahil nga sabi ni Pauline, in the next years na we're still battling with pandemic, no, very crucial yung magiging decision natin. Ano yung gagawin ng mga opisyal pag naluklok sila sa kanilang posisyon come June 30? Tama ba? June 30, 2022? Yan yung official by 12 noon of June 30, 2022, yan yung day 1 nila ng panunungkulan bilang lingkod bayan. Ayun. Any other questions?
Sir, we have one question here.
Yes, po.
And personally. Question, do you think that locals who are accepting money from vote buying practices must be condemned?
Ayan. Babalik tayo. No? We can look at it in various perspectives, and in sociology, we use these 3 grand theories na tinatawag. If we will be using, sorry if I'll be talking very technical, no? If we'll be using a structural functionalist approach, no? We cannot blame the voters. No? We blame the system. No? What keeps them getting the money from politicians na nagvo-vote buying. Bakit kaya ganun yung behavior ng mga botante na, okay lang, sige, baka lang dyan ng pera, ganyan. Kasi pera lang naman yan. Pero meron bang batas na nagbabawal? No? Kung meron bang batas, may napaparusahan ba? No? In terms of like the gravity of the law and the consequences for the violation of such. No? Pero mukhang hindi naman, no? Parang maluwag naman. Parang okay nga lang daw. No? In fact, in the recent COMELEC ruling, while they do not condone, no, yung pag-vote buy, pero parang wala naman kasing parang strict measures against that. So, that's one. I will try to look into it in a conflict theorist approach, no, according to Karl Marx, no. We can blame inequalities. No? The social inequalities in our society is the reason why people keep on buying votes and why the people keep on selling their votes and why politicians keep on buying their votes. Just because pobre, no, pobre makitang kwarta. Pag ikatatawan 500 tapos mayong kang trabaho, makang ipapakakan sa pamilya mo. ay, dahil ma-pride ako, dahil ko ano. No, sa totoo lang, if you're coming from a poor family, kukuanon mo yung kwarta. No? Because you're poor. No, you don't have any more means. And if that means additional way of sustaining my provision to my children, to my brothers and sisters, pwede mo yung kunin. So you can't really blame the people. No? If we try to look at it in the third perspective, no, symbolic interactionist approach, kasi na-normalize na siya, no? Naging bahagi na siya ng kultura. So parang pag binabangga mo kasi yung kultura, mahirap siyang tibagin. No? Nakasanayan na ng tao eh. Parang it's been years, decades, baka centuries pa nga. No? Na it's there. It's part of our culture and no one bothers to criticize it. So baka naging part na siya ng ating cultural norm. So siguro, just to sum it up, no, regardless kung ano man doon sa perspective na diniscuss ko kanina, if we are to blame the voters, no. No. My clear answer is no. No. There are layers of issues that are interlocking and interdependent with vote buying. No. Actually, that's one exercise na pinagawa ko sa klase ko, teaching these theories. No. Yung naging core issue namin, vote buying. So explain mo yung vote buying in a structural functionalist approach, in a conflict theorist approach, or symbolic interactionist approach. Tapos gumawa sila ng conclusion. So yung parang conclusion, yung question ko, do we blame the voters? Almost all of my students answered no. Because, ayun nga, layers upon layers of issues. Yun po.
Thank you very much, sir, for answering the question. I hope that sir was able. I hope that we were able to answer your question po sa nag-send anonymously. So there is another follow-up question po, anonymous po ulit. What's your take about kunin ang pera pero iboto kung sino ang nasa konsensya?
Yung nagpasikat niyan si Cardinal Sin, no, if you remember your history. During the Marcos era, naging laganap yung vote buying, ganyan. Sinabi niya na vote according to your conscience. No? So kunin mo daw yung pera. Anong masasabi ko doon? Of course, I do not subscribe to the idea of vote buying. No? Because it basically, kumbaga, binabalahura niya yung ating constitution, to put it bluntly. Pero again nga, sinasabi ko, kung babalikan natin yung layers of issues. Number one, poverty. Sige, go. Kunin mo yung pera. No? And vote according to your conscience. No? Pero I'm not saying that I'm advocating for that. No? I'm just trying to do a mental exercise, no, everyone. Let's think about these things. Kasi yung issue ng vote buying, hindi siya black and white. No? All these issues are not mutually exclusive. Na pag sinabi mo na these are not, kumbaga, good thing or evil thing, ganyan. So, pwedeng the act itself is evil, no? Pero we have to think of the moral consequences. Ano ba yung magiging kahinatnan kung hindi mo yan kinuha yung pera mo? Eh, wala ka nang mapakain sa pamilya mo. Mapapakain ka ba ng pride? Mapapakain ka ba ng integridad mo? Sometimes we have to make hard choices in life. No? Kahit hindi naman natin gusto, pero seemingly napipilitan tayo because of a lot of these things.
Thank you, sir, for answering the question. I hope that we were able to answer your question sa pangalawang nag-send ng kanilang tanong anonymously. So we now have here si Miss, I can't read your name, Postrado, asking if you have your opinion po regarding the public figures, actors, singers, etc. who decide to enter politics. Can their win or loss in the election still be considered as a product of political issues?
Answer yes and yes. Number one, of course, sabi ko nga, since we are a Republican country, no, we rule by the people, and kung sino man ginusto ng tao, yun talaga mamumuno, regardless binoto mo siya o hindi. No? So, since siya yung nakakuha ng highest votes, siya yung nandyan. And we don't have control over that. And we cannot limit the qualifications of certain positions in the government to just a few people. So of course, pwede. Kung actors ka, singer ka, yes, you can enter politics. Pero whether or not deserving sila, well, it's up to the voters to decide. So, kung sa tingin nila qualified naman, go. Pero kung hindi, di no. Can their win or loss in the election still be considered as a product of political issues? Yes, of course. Ayun nga, kung babalikan natin yung trapo, no? Mga traditional politicians, basta sikat ka, mayaman ka, pogi ka, o maganda, may makinarya ka, may pera ka, you can win an election, no? Regardless, di ka naman kung nakapag-aral ka man o hindi, no? Kung matalino ka o hindi, walang ganyan-ganyan. Basta sikat ka, usually you go to there, no? So, dun sa position na tinatakbuhan. So yes, it can be considered as a product of issues.
Thank you, sir, for answering the question. I hope that we were able to answer your question po, Postrado. There's another question po, sir, sent anonymously ulit. Mga mahihiyain yung mga tao rito.
Go lang.
So, hello po, sir, my question po, as we know po, more of the youth today engage in political arguments. With this po, aside from basing on facts and being respectful po, what are other processes or ground rules that could help us justify more constructively as a Gen Z?
Pwede pakiulit yung question. Medyo na-lost ako, ang haba.
I'll repeat it po.
Alright.
Po, sir, my question po, as we know po, more of the youth today engage in political arguments. With this po, aside from basing on facts and being respectful po, what are other processes or ground rules that could help us justify more constructively as a Gen Z?
Okay. Ayan, very good question actually. Sa social media, uso yung away-away. Yung mga mabarda ka lang sa comment section or makikisaw-saw ka lang ganito. And usually sa ating mga nakapag-aral sa universidad, mga college students or college graduates, we often resort to smart shaming. Not necessarily smart shaming, the other way around. Bobo shaming. And parang sinasabi, ano ba yung sabi mo, mali-mali, ganyan. Ito yung facts. So nag-send kang link, nag-send kang research. Kung ako isang elementary graduate, hindi ko babasahin yan. Why? Because I cannot and will not understand that. No? If I'm an anonymous person to you, tapos re-reply mo ako ng links to Supreme Court decisions na written in English, no? I do not have the mental and intellectual capacity to digest kung ano man nakasulat dyan sa jurisprudence. No? Hindi ko maintindihan, honestly. No? Siguro, ang best way that you can do is to be relevant and relatable. And what do I mean by that? Know your audience. No? Siyempre, kung kaklase mo, so siguro medyo at par naman kahit pa paano yung intellectual capacity. Pwede bigyan mo ng research, no, ng mga Google links, ganyan-ganyan. Pero siguro if isang misinformed individual, baka mahirapan ka. No? How do we go around and how do we navigate this situation? Primarily, establish personal connection. No? Siyempre, hindi ako isay ka man. Ano man ang matubod sa aim mo? Dito kang bistado. No? And in reality, ganun yung reality sa social media. How do we convince these undecided voters? Of course, establish relationship muna. No? Mas maniniwala ka dun sa taong kilala mo. No? Hindi dun sa isang anonymous person hiding behind a K-pop profile picture on Twitter. No? So, establish personal connection first before you present facts. And ayan, always try to be relatable and as relevant as you can. Know your intended audience. Kung audience mo mga high school na baby bra warriors, then talk with their language. If ang audience mo mga college graduates, then maybe you can try to tweak and adjust your arguments. Kung ang kausap mo mga tito and tita mo na medyo die-hard na cemented na ang pag-iisip, maybe you can try to be as respectful as possible in group chats, no? Alam ko may mga family group chats kayo, tapos baka yung mga tito-tita niya nag-send ng kung ano-anong fake news or mga kung ano-anong mga kalokohan na videos or articles. maybe you can try correcting them, but be respectful as much as possible. Don't vilify them na parang, tita, mali ka. Parang, di ba? Kultura natin, culture of respect. So if you want to correct a certain person, always be respectful as you can and try to be humble at the very least. No? Yun yung mga basic qualifications. Ayun.
Thank you, sir, for answering the question of our anonymous sender. Thank you rin daw po, sir, for answering her question po. So, as much as we would like to entertain your questions, you only have limited time for the open forum, but don't worry, because you can send us your concerns on our JP FB page and we will forward it to Sir Joseph, or i-contact niyo si Sir sa pinakita niyong mga accounts niya kanina. Ready si Sir para sagutin kayo. Once again, thank you very much, Sir Joseph, and to those who actively participated in our open forum. For today's attendance, kindly fill out the form sent in the chat box to acknowledge your presence in today's session. It is best to fill out the attendance agad kasi it will close agad after 10 minutes. So now that we have come to the end of the program, we hope that we have all learned something from this mini ACP and have been inspired or challenged to use our skills and talents and get involved in programs and advocacies that would impact on people empowerment and social development. To show our gratitude for Mr. Mark Joseph A. Euste for his effort and time, we now present the Certificate of Appreciation with the citation Ateneo de Naga University, College of Business and Accountancy, Junior Philippine Institute of Accountants awards this Certificate of Appreciation to Mark Joseph A. Euste in grateful recognition for his experience and service as resource speaker in the mini alternative class program entitled Tips on Choosing Right Candidate for the Election and Common Policies during Election Period held on February 4, 2022. Given this 4th of February 2022, signed by Joel H. Gogola, DBA CPA, Accountancy Department Chairperson, J. Sir I. Avila, MSA CPA, Allied Accounting Department Chairperson, and Dr. Anne-Marie F. Bagajon, Dean College of Business and Accountancy. Let's give him a big round of applause. Once again, we would like to thank Sir Joseph for this mini ACP will not be possible without your presence. So, with that settled, now let's take this time to have a photo opportunity. We would like to encourage everyone to please open your cameras for documentation. And everyone, turn on your cameras po. Ate Zai, ready na po ba?
I guess while waiting for the others to open their cameras, Liam, kindly send the evaluation form na po para others can fill out. Okay.
Thank you so much po, sir.
Welcome. Thank you, and I hope you learned something new or unlearned something new today.
I will take a picture na po. 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay, second window. 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay, Waki naman po, first window. 3, 2, 1, smile. And second window. 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay na po, thank you so much.
Yan, thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you po, sir.
Please be reminded to fill out your
Thank you, sir.
in order
Thank you, everyone.
for e-certificates.
Have a nice day.
Click the link in our chat box or scan the QR code presented on screen so that we know what we can improve in our next activities. With that, we are looking forward to your active participation in our upcoming activities and events. If you have any concerns and questions that you were too shy or hesitant to raise earlier in our open forum, please don't hesitate to send us a message on our official FB page, JP ADMU, so that we can address your concerns. We hope that you actually gained insights and new learnings from our mini ACP with the topic, Simple Guide in Choosing the Next Leaders of Our Country and Common Policies During the Election Period. So this officially ends our program, and thank you for being here with us. It's been an amazing afternoon with all of you guys. Once again, this is Pauline Ilavapie, now signing off. Bye everyone! See you tomorrow sa closing program. Be there because may mga pa-prizes at pa-raffle ang JPA. Bye!
Thank you po!
Bye-bye!
Bye. Thank you po!
Thank you po.
Thank you po! Bye! Bye! Mahon!